Here they come. They're going to try to destroy it, and it's going to be destroyed by... Oh! Here comes another orbital strike. The Buddha Company, they won a victory!
The Terran Republic is tearing through everything. There's not enough Vanu to stop them.
But I'm freaking out, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get a chance to see this live on stream.
That is the underdog story of the century.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're here today to discuss something. Something that can basically rock all of Reddit, all of Planetside, as well as Twitch itself. We're here to basically bring you some content, some information, some valuable feedback from community leaders, representatives all around the world. We're going to have some fun discussing some personal topics about Planetside 2 on this epic Twitch platform here tonight with all of you here in chat to tell you all that we want to see this succeed. We want to see Outfit Wars at the best primed design possible. We do not know all the answers. We are not the ones that make all of the decisions. We're here just to have a debate. We're here to actually understand different perspective views. We're here to have a good time. If you guys are in chat right now, getting extremely passionate or upset over the questions that the speakers are having or their opinions are not in line with yours, don't worry. We're here for 4 weeks. 4 weeks of more Outfit Wars breakdowns. No decisions will be made by the developers because of this stream. This is not run by RPG. This is not run by Daybreak. This is my way of trying to share my love to the community and trying to obtain the data that we all think that this game truly deserves. Again, my name is ArsheeTV and I'm here to basically represent Planetside 2. Outfit Wars Breakdown. This game is a first-person shooter. Massive multiplayer online on the epic scale, over 900 players. Play on the live server for 8 years. For 8 years, these players have battled it out. And finally, we get a game mode that allows us to express ourselves in a competitive environment that is not esports ready, that is not a true 1v1. This is a 1 versus 1 versus 1 format that can, in turn, deny you, even if you are the best out of the 3. Because of a 2v1 situation happens time and time again on the live server. We saw that mimicry happen on Outfit Wars. We're going to have those discussions later in the actual interview. We have topics that starts off very light and gets really juicy at the very end. Thank you all for once again stopping by. I'm going to introduce each and every one of our speakers, give them basically up to a minute to introduce themselves. We want to learn who they are and give them the credit and the time that they're actually going to hang out here for up to 2 hours. We're going to try to have this debate. If you guys are wondering who these individuals are, we're going to have that in the very beginning of every one of our streams. I'm going to have them express themselves in their names. What is their outfit tag, the 4-digit, 2-digit, 1-digit, God knows how many digits you guys have. What server are you on? And what are your viewpoints about Outfit Wars total? So that way we can understand, are you coming in as somebody as a hater or somebody that loves this format, that wants to see it grow? And I would basically like to get any type of feedback I can, as long as it's positive and respectful and you can construct it in such a way that does not trigger drama. That is what I'm basically trying to avoid. I made a mistake last week and I did not have it clearly identified. I didn't expect it to be this popular. I've done this before in 2020. It was nowhere near the level of scale that we see it is today. A lot of people love Twitch now all of a sudden, and we're here to basically represent. Good to see everybody in chat. So I'm going to let you guys know in chat right now, we're going to turn off chat. I no longer will pay attention to what you have to say in chat until the end of topic 1. I'll bring the chat back up. You'll hear me basically bring chat back up. You'll see this text pop back in so you know when I'm paying attention to you. And I will not be paying attention to DMs. So if you wish to come into this stream, you want to be a part of this speaker role, it's already been announced. By Monday, by Monday, I had it open for everybody to sign up. Only 8 speakers signed up. The closing date was Thursday at midnight. This is dedicated to my personal community on my Discord. So if you are not on my Discord, if you're not part of my community and I haven't spoke to you yet via voice one time yet, I'm not accepting you as a speaker. I need to know you as a person. I need to know your viewpoints and your values. So that way we can actually get the best quality speakers that I can think of. And some people might come in fresh and basically stir up the pot. And there's nothing I can do about it but make adjustments on the fly live on stream. So let's go ahead and get a chance to meet these speakers. Everybody in chat, I love you. My moderators will be there. And be nice to each other, guys. I know a lot of people are going to say things that are going to trigger you, and these speakers are doing their best. So let's forget the rest and let's get started. I'm going to go ahead and mute my chat so I no longer can see what's going on in chat, so I can focus just on the speaker. And we're going to go ahead and minimize the Discord DMs so I don't see that as well. Let's go ahead and get this started. So first step is to hide the chat in the top left. There we go. Chat is gone. And then we're going to go ahead and get started here. Perfect. I don't know why they can't join the channel. There we go. They can join. Perfect. All right. Everything's good to go. There should be no more complications. Let's get started, guys. Tell me if this music works for you guys. Does this work for you guys? Just having something chill and having them talk and express themselves? Is this kind of the mood that we want here? Or do you guys want Planetside 2 music? What would you guys like? This is the music you want? Too slow? Too slow. I think it's too slow. We can just have this on repeat. We'll play Planetside 2 consistently and have them talk. How about this one? I can see chat. Sorry, I can still see chat. I'm so sorry. Let me bring it back, chat. I can still see you. I am going to minimize you guys. Boom. You guys are back. So, do you guys want the coffee music? Or do you guys want the PS2 music? Which one do you guys want? Can I get a roll? We're going to do a poll real quick. Poll. We're going to do... What kind of music? PS2 music? Or coffee house jazz? And we're going to go ahead and basically do a 1-minute timer. It's a quick poll. Very top of the Twitch chat. This is what we're going to be doing after every single topic. Topic 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You'll have a chance to vote. Go to the top, guys. Pick which one do you want. Do you want this music right here? Do you want this kind of music? Where each player has a chance to speak. Or you want to go back to make it quieter. Is that good? Alright, let's find out who's the votes right now. The vote is currently at 9 for coffee. House jazz. PS2 music's at 6. You guys basically have less than 10 seconds to pick your favorite music for this entire stream for the Alpha Wars breakdown. 8 votes for right now for PS2 music. Coffee jazz is currently at 13. And it looks like we're going to be picking coffee house jazz. Thank you all for stopping by. My voice will also change now. Thanks to the music. Alright. We've got 2 Raft Hannibal Forge here. 2TKA, the Salamander, representing from the 95th Screw Squadron. 95th Squadron Lord Commissar Drac is also here. Fear Zulfer, HRGC Thunderstorm AT, Kane1 Odeon, Orax Bodofet, T, the Toxic Zerg servers, aka Blink, Schmitty, here tonight. We're listening to Coffee House Jazz. My voice has changed. We're just changing the mood. So, we're going to start off with Hannibal Forge at the very top from Tuaraft to help us understand who he is, what server, what is Tuaraft? Is it a giraffe? We don't know. Stay tuned. Please.
Thank you, Arshee. I'll do my best to fit in with this smooth jazz we have going on in the channel. I'm Hannibal Forge. I'm from Emerald server, playing on the Terran Republic, representing the Second Republic Assault Force, or True RAF, with a T, as Arshee likes to say, because we're a flotation device for the TR at the moment. We are a combined arms outfit, appealing to all ages, and my role is the Command Sergeant Major of our infantry unit. And I'm just here to have a good discussion with these lovely gentlemen and be productive and hopefully talk about outfit wars to the best of our ability in a calm and jazzy way.
I love it. Thank you so much. Hand it over.
Hi, I'm the Salamander from Cobalt TR. I am one of the leaders of the 95th Scourge Squadron, which is a Terran Republic outfit on Cobalt. I'm also mainly here in my capacity as a platoon leader of 2TKA, the Terran Cobalt Alliance, also currently known as Section Francophone, which is a alliance outfit drawn from 8 different outfits on Cobalt who each didn't have enough players to compete on their own in outfit wars.
Well said. Next.
Hello, I am Lord Commissar Drac from the 95th Scourge Squadron, which I am here to represent. I also participate in the Outfit Wars game for the 2TK, of which I am quite a fan of so far. I make videos for the 95th Scourge Squadron, so you can check that out at the 95th Scourge Squadron YouTube channel. And I'm looking forward to having a discussion with these individuals to this smooth jazz.
Well, thanks, Drac. I am Zolfa. I'm from the Connery server on the NC side of things. I am one of the leaders in an outfit called No Fear. You may have heard of us, you may not have. I'm one of the lesser known leaders of the outfit. You guys all might know Dominicat as the outfit lead, but I'm basically Dominicat's second in charge, and I just sort of run things when he's not around. Just really happy to be here today. We've competed in a lot of the outfit wars. We competed in the second round of Alpha Outfit Wars, and then we also competed in this recent one as well. So we're still going strong, and we're hoping to sort of come out on top in the next sort of match. So we're hoping for a good one. Next person.
Well then, hello ladies and gentlemen. Thunderstorm AT, or just Thunder. I'm the leader of the Miller outfit on NC called HRGC, or Hurricane Resurgence. We are an outfit that's all about fun. I created this outfit after what I felt like was going wrong with my ex-outfit. That's pretty much all there is to say. I'm really glad for the opportunity to be here today to talk with all these gentlemen about the current state of outfit wars. And yeah, let's keep it going.
Next.
Sorry about that. Hi, I'm Odeon. I'm the leader of Can1.
Odeon, I'm so sorry about that. Your microphone's actually lagging a bit. You want to come back in and out real quick?
Come in and out?
Yeah, if you leave Discord and come right back, I'll drag you right back in. Or I think you actually manually can click on it. That's the only way to fix the CPU issue from Discord, just completely lagging us. Thank you, Odeon.
Testing.
Go ahead.
It's better? Okay.
Yes. Please introduce yourself one more time.
Hello?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm having some technical issues, Arshee.
No problem. You sound perfectly fine now.
Okay. So I'm the leader of Can1. We're an objective-based outfit that tries to move fast and have fun and be excellent with teamwork. We're anti-elitism. We like to try to encourage a good culture in the game because we love it and we want to see it be prosperous.
Thank you so much. Orax Bodafet?
Hi, I'm Bodofet, and I'm current leader of Orax, Ordo Araxis. We are our TR Emerald. We are a midfit. We kind of try to help new players or existing players get better at the game in infantry or air. We also do some armor as well. We're kind of a chill, laid-back community that kind of welcomes anybody from walk of life or experience level. In Outfit War specifically, I'm playing VKTZ. And with VKTZ, it's a 3-man alliance for Outfit Wars. You have Orex, VCats, as well as 1703. So we're all working together in Outfit Wars to get a win and make it as far as possibly we can.
Well said. And lastly but not least,
Hello guys. Well, I'm Schmitty. I'm not really representing T in this matter because I'm not in a place to do so. I kind of represent my own soul self. I'm part of T. We're a group of friends, famously, just playing to have fun. Yeah, that's pretty much about it. I'm a long-time veteran of the game and part of one of the most antagonized stag fit around, if you want to call it like that. Some people want to, but I think it's grown into more over time. And yeah, I just like to give my perspective on things and have a fruitful talk with, the gentleman already introduced to this discussion.
I love it. Thank you. So we're about to get started right now and learn more about the topic questions moving forward. Does anybody want to say anything before we continue? You want to address to the crowd? You want to say anything personal? I will not be able to look at the chat anymore, so if you guys want to basically say something to your community, this is your time to basically rile them up and say thank you for stopping by to your community that basically are going to hear your thoughts on each topic. We'll go to Hannibal Forge. Go down real quick. You guys all have 10 seconds to say something to your community.
Your High Commissar is here representing your interests, and also to the other gentlemen on the channel. You're all fantastic people, and I look forward to having this discussion. You guys are great, and I can't wait to have this round table. And thanks for hosting, Archie.
Thank you.
His words, my accent. Thanks for hosting, Archie.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Archie, thank you for hosting this forum, and I hope we can have a civilized discussion going forward about Outfit Wars.
I'm hoping so too. Knock on wood. I believe this group is going to do fine.
I'll just say big shout out to the No Fear boys, big shout out to the Connery community and everybody who stopped by today to watch the stream.
Thank you.
Yeah, same here. Just in general, shout out to the amazing community of Planetside too. And thanks again for the opportunity to be here.
Well said.
And I echo the same sentiments. I'm looking forward to the productive conversation. Thanks for having us, Archie.
Of course. You guys don't have to thank me, man. I'm blushing here. Continue. Vodafet.
Shout out to Emerald. Glad to be here. Thank you so much, Archie, for giving us the opportunity and setting this all up. And I hope we can get through this without, cutting people off or cutting at each other's throats and keep it fair and good.
Appreciate it. This beautiful man.
Yeah, thank you, Archie, for hosting this. Big shout out to this guy Schmitty. I think he's really smart and funny, dude.
I 100% agree. Can't wait for your podcast.
Oh, yo, you can blow it off like this, dude.
I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have said anything. That was my fault. I'm actually looking forward to it. You're going to be fantastic. All right, guys. We're going to go ahead and get started. Topic number 1. Each of these individuals, the speakers, actually know ahead of time what topics they're going to be discussing. We have some individuals that will be discussing on each topic. Some individuals are waiting for topics 2, 3, and 4 or 5. Some individuals will be speaking on all 8 topics. They'll have a chance to opt into their favorite topic, and they're going to try to keep it clear and concise. I'll open the doors to the next community on topics number 2 or 3 if the individuals who didn't sub into topic number 1 all of a sudden has something to say. They're more than welcome to step in if they wish to, but most likely we want to push this forward as fast as we can, be clear, concise about it, and we'll make it longer next time. The shorter it is, the better. Not everybody has all the time in the world for these conversations. Let's go ahead and get started. Topic number 1.
Archie, you going to introduce the topic, or do you want me to kick straight off?
I have it right at the very top. Everybody can see it. I just want to make sure
Okay.
it's actually labeled properly. Perfect. Topic number 1, guys. How many weeks should Outfit Wars be? Salamander, take it away.
Okay, so my opinion on this question is that 6 weeks is perfectly fine. However, I would rather it either extend to 8 weeks or have 2 matches per team per weekend. So you have one on the Friday, Saturday, and then maybe like switch between Saturday and Sunday to make sure people aren't playing every day on their weekends. Because I don't feel that there's enough games in the current format to properly establish who should be in the finals. And there's too much room for luck or one game really going well for a team to push them further up or knock them out of the competition, with it being as short as it is. Next, I will pass over to Bobofet or Bodofet. For his opinion.
In terms of how many weeks it should be, I think right now, like we're at the 6-week system. I think it's very good for us. 1 game a week. We're not burning out our players at all. It's an okay pace, but I feel like if we were to add another 3 weeks on, or 4 weeks, or however Daybreak or the community suggested, it's just going to tire a lot of people out. And I think having a 6-week competition is kind of long enough for most outfits. And I know for a fact, because I like to do a lot of Jaeger event stuff as well. So the longer it is, the more the community and also the devs have to juggle around events and plan over stuff or around things. That's just my 2 cents. And I believe Drac is next.
That would be correct. But currently, I think that the 6-week. I think the 6-week system is a pretty good time frame for most matches. However, there is some merit to what Sal is saying, that it's at the same time it can be way too reliant on luck or one single match really either destroying or making an entire season for a team. But the question is also is that if this is supposed to be a twice a year or 3 times a year thing, it probably isn't that bad that that matches can be that tight knit. And I think it's only gonna improve as we get an actual competent sign-up system. Because I think the reason it's felt so sloppy this time is because we've had so many no-shows and meme sign-ups and accidental sign-ups that it's just felt like a lot of really legitimate teams have been pushed out because they were unlucky enough to not get enough points because they were teamed up with 2 no-shows. And I can't remember who I'm supposed to give it on to. Do you have me, Arshee?
Yep,
I believe that's me. Yeah. I just want to segue from that. That's thanks, Drag. That's a really interesting point. I agree. The 6 weeks is probably long enough. But depending on how many times a year they plan to actually run this event is the question. Because if it's only coming around once a year, you've got this big sort of hype up for once a year. So I mean, ultimately, I think if you're doing multiple seasons a year, 6 weeks is fine. If you're maybe running 1 a year, you maybe want to extend that out to give each team to play a chance to play each other in a sort of proper round robin format. Because as you said, we've had a bunch of teams who've meme signed up or who've known showed to games, which has given some teams a free pass, and then some teams have had to come up against a really hard competition. So the question lies is, how do we whittle out that sort of thing? And I have sort of a good idea, is that you could play each faction within each other. So you could have a round robin within each faction to determine who actually are the top 5 teams, and then go into a different format. So it's an interesting food for thought. I believe Odie, you got anything to say on that?
I agree with most of the sentiments that everyone said. I think that 6 to 8 weeks is long enough.
Well said. Is there anybody else that wants to add anything to this entire question? Because I have a new sub-question attached to it now.
I just want to say I agree with all the sentiments. I think more time to play each other is good, but I would worry about doing more than 1 match per weekend because of burnout, and also availability with people having jobs and families and stuff. So I think 1 match a weekend is fine, but if we want to do more matches, just extend it out a bit more. That's my only sentiment.
And when you say extend it out a bit more,
though.
are you talking about make it 8 weeks instead, kind of similar to Salamander's statement, or keep it at 6 weeks?
If we do want to do multiple round robin, like a full round robin, then it should be extended. But I personally, only if we want to do that, I personally think 6 weeks is fine. But if they want to do the full round robin, they should just add more weeks, not multiple matches in a weekend, because burnout again is a real concern.
Multiple matches in a weekend. You only get one match per outfit per weekend.
Correct.
I agree with that.
That's what's
I also
happening right
agree.
now.
Yeah,
Right.
burnout
Yeah.
is a serious issue too in Outfit Wars and with a lot of outfits. So yeah, that's something you have to consider.
So right
Yeah, I
now,
agree.
the current system, just to make sure everybody's on the same page right now, is you have one outfit, you play one match per weekend right now for a Friday or Saturday. Is that current system okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
So
sir.
then, so then the next question is, you from that system, 6 weeks is fine. Do we want to go to 8 weeks or 9 weeks from this existing system, or 6 weeks is fine overall? Because that's what I've heard from everybody. Salamander's the only one that says that maybe bump it up because it forces good teams to get unlucky and being sent out.
I believe that entirely depends on how often this event is supposed to go.
Right, I agree.
And unless we get a clarification from the devs about how often they intend this to run, if it's a once a year thing, I think 8 weeks could be fine. But if it has to be run multiple times a year, 6 weeks is much better, because then it's still, it's not too much of a time commitment.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So the question next is, right now, we're going to basically change this top question. I can't change it on the fly because this is from Photoshop. How many Outfit Wars events per year would you like to have? We're going to start from the very top. I want to hear that sub-question. Anybody from topic 1 is going to go first. Sorry, Salamander, go ahead. How many Outfit Wars events per year with your 8-week design would you think would be good? Once per year as well?
For the 8 weeks design, I think probably about 2 per year. For the 6-week design, then 3, maybe 4.
2 per year for 8 weeks design is fine. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Shrek. No, Salamander.
You could almost do it every season, like spring, summer, winter, and autumn, or fall, as the Americans say.
That would-
For
Or I'm going to say
The
4
issue-
per year for 6 weeks. Can be fine.
That would certainly be easy to help line up, certainly with some holidays, I guess, and giving more people an opportunity to be able to actually play by lining it up nicely with holidays, and then having it 3 times a year for 6 weeks would definitely be good. But if it was twice a year, I'd agree that 8 weeks is probably a good go ahead.
The problem I see with 6 weeks, 4 times a year, though, is that's essentially half of the time. So 3 months, 6 weeks are an Outfit Wars week, which is half of the time of the year is an Outfit Wars thing, which kind of infringes on a lot of other events that go on around the same time. So server clashes, lane smash, all of those kind of things. Do we want Outfit Wars to be the central event of Planetside 2, or is it going to be one event alongside all of the other things that the community gets together?
I would also say that the more we play, the more they post Outfit Wars, it's just going to become yet another part of the game if there's too much of it. If it has to retain that special value and getting onto Desolation as a really special thing, I think it should be better to have an event be once or twice a year. There could be a summer and winter Outfit Wars, and then they could have different rewards for whether you win the summer or the winter one, like themed awards. But generally, if they want to keep this special, it can't be done too much.
I actually agree with that. I want to revise. Sorry, go ahead, better.
The only other concern as well is that if we want to have multiple Outfit Wars, then you have to talk about casters, streamers, and multiple times out of the year where outfit leaders have to make rosters, stress on how many people can show up and stuff like that, especially if you're a smaller outfit. So my honest opinion is that we just have one Outfit War a year, we keep it special, and we just build on that format itself, just because it will generate more hype and more eyes, and it won't be like it's another Outfit Wars, this one doesn't matter because this one's better because of this time of the year sort of situation. You'll just always get that hype around the specific time Outfit Wars comes around.
Yeah, I think.
You go, Hannibal.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead, bro.
No, you can go ahead, brother. It's okay.
Too polite. No, I just want to agree with that. Now you've actually said that, you've kind of changed my opinion. It is something that is quite special to get on Desolation. For a lot of our guys as well, they love that experience of going on that map. And we don't want to make something that's a sort of unique thing to become an everyday thing. So yeah.
Well, I was just going to say, kind of in agreement with the rest of these fellas. I think I'm going to revise what I said. I think there is a good point to the fact that it'll be 24 weeks on the year, and that's a bit too much. So maybe a summer and a winter games would be pretty cool.
Yes.
with different thematic rewards based on the season, and do 8 weeks instead of 6 for winter and for summer, and do it that way. And I think that'd be a good balance, because I think we all want more outfit wars, but not too much, but more.
I think Schmitty had something to say.
Go ahead,
Yeah.
Schmitty.
I also think that even though this only partially has to do with that, I think that making it a bit more rarer, or like having it 2 times a year, also gives space to actually introduce meaningful rewards for them. That way, there's also more importance on them, and that actually it plays into making it a more important format. So I'm in favor of the 2 times a year maximum idea, and yeah.
I want to.
I think Thunder wanted to say something as well.
Yeah. I just want to add to that. These topics, I wish I put them in order, because the next one would be outfit rewards, because of what Schmitty just said. So all of you guys get excited about the rewards. We have that also as a topic questions. Don't worry, we'll come back to it. Continue. You were saying, Hannibal?
Oh no, Thunder has something he wants to add. I think he's going to close
Thunder.
this off.
Sorry, Thunder.
Yeah, I fully agree with like the point that it should only be like maximum twice a year, because outfit wars is like something special for Planetside. So just overdoing it would just negate like the worth of it, I feel like. And yeah, just mostly agreeing with what the other gentleman has said.
I think in your chat, Archie, someone said we'd like well-scheduled outfit wars. So I think having a regular season outfit wars and knowing when it's going to start and when it's going to end, I think the chat wants to see that as well. So that's a good point as well. Scheduling will make it a lot easier to plan around.
Like almost like kind of similar to knowing every single year is the Super Bowl and you know exactly the date.
Yes.
Yeah.
And actually, just to add on to that point, Hannibal, that's really good for the Jaeger events guys for like Logistics Smash, Lane Smash, PIL. You can still run those events if we actually had the set days, and we could still do all the other things Planetside 2 likes to do.
Sure. I think we've done this topic to death, though, boys.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Is there anything else I
so.
can basically say just to make sure, so that way we don't basically step on any toes? Good?
Yep.
3,
Good.
2, 1.
Fine.
We're going to go to the next subject now. We're going to go to the polls now. We're going to get this chance to basically have chat come in for just a second. Just to show some love over the chat, to make sure that they understand that we are doing our best here. Where is... I suck at this. I wish I had my own sound engineer. Where's chat? There you are. All right, chat, I found you. You are officially back, chat. You guys can actually start typing. I can see what you're saying. We're going to make a poll real quick. And as far as discussion timing and spacing, we're going to go ahead and make that poll real quick. Alright guys, 1 minute to post up at the very top, guys. Go ahead and click on the channel above. This is my only one time I'm going to ask this question to you guys. You have 1 minute to answer this question. How is the discussion timing and pacing? This is your show again. Is this too fast, too slow, or just right? Giving everybody a chance to speak on that subject. We basically added a new question that wasn't part of the topic. And if you want me to basically make it go faster or too slow, this is my opportunity to identify what you guys want. Perfect. We're going to go ahead and basically start moving it a little bit faster because I'm noticing there's some too slow in there and just right. So that means I can speed it up a tiny bit. And I won't basically make another discussion question on that. Let's go and do a poll for topic 1. Do you believe we need a poll, speakers? I'm going to let you guys make the decision. Should we make a poll or should we move on? Speakers?
I think we can make a poll and move on while the poll's being voted on.
Sounds good.
Yeah,
What would the poll question be, in your opinion?
Well, just
Should
give them
outfit
some
wars-
options about
Yeah.
like 2 times, 4 times, 1 times a year. I think that was
Like-
kind of the ideas being thrown around, no?
I
Yeah,
guess
I
it would
agree.
be
I agree
like
with Schmitty.
between.
I'm leaning
Yeah.
towards 2 times personally.
Same.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
I
but
guess
like
in
give them the options. No, that's the options the people can vote on. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe just make the options like literally 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah,
Just
I'm doing
simple.
6 weeks. I'm going to do it based on what we discussed. 6 weeks, 4 times a year. We're going to do 6 weeks, 2 times a year. We're doing 8 weeks, 4 times a year.
No, 2 times a year. 8 weeks, 2 times a
And
year.
8 weeks, 4 times a year. 2 times a year. 2 times
Oh, sorry.
a year.
Yeah.
And then the last one, we need to relook at this question. Or, like, how do I basically word that? I don't have enough words I can put in there.
If it's only one time a year, it'd probably have to be like 9 weeks if it's only once a year.
Perfect. I'm going to go ahead and make it so it's 1 minute timer on again. And if you guys think polls are too fast, I'll make another poll. Should polls be longer? Actually, 5-minute poll. There we go. You guys have an opportunity to go and vote above. And we'll help you figure it out. Let's go to topic number 2. But before we go to topic number 2, I'm going to go ahead and basically switch it right now. There's topic number 2 at the very top. Let's go ahead and basically make sure chat knows we love them. But chat, you're officially gone now. Thank you guys for stopping by. Let's go ahead and basically continue. Everybody who gave me a follow, everybody who basically subbed or donated, I'll let you make sure at the very end of my stream, I'm going to read all the followers, all the subs, all the alerts are going to be only available at the very end of the stream, so I don't basically distract the viewers from the focus on the questions. The alert boxes will show up, and if that's distracting, let me know when I get a chance to open up chat again and put my name out there saying this is distracting, and I'll turn it off in the middle of the stream, or come on Discord, on ArsheeTV's Discord and the ArsheeTV feedback, so you can let me know how to make it more proper the next time. Love you all. Let's go ahead and topic number 2. Add additional bracket systems. Example, 20 versus 24 versus 24, a 1v1 format, a 12 versus 12 versus 12, and what we're trying to discuss right now is specifically on Desolation. Talking about anything outside of Desolation would require more funding, more development. So if you don't like Desolation for a 1v1 format, if you want something different, you need to specify Desolation is not made for a 1v1 and why. So that way we don't just make up some different design that the developers have to go and revisit and rebalance. So let's go ahead and start with Bodofet, who's going to start with this question. And I'm going to take a break. Do you guys mind if you guys continue the conversation without me, or should we just go take a break for a second so I can go and grab a water?
I think we can continue without you.
Together, yeah.
Perfect. Thank you guys. Go ahead. And just make
All
sure you guys
right.
take these notes so I can get these notes afterwards. Bodofet, thank you.
All right. So for this topic, essentially what I believe that Desolation is a very good map, and if it's going to be a 1v1, 1v1, 1v1 versus 3 factions, you probably could tweak the numbers. I think going lower in terms of like a 24 people in each faction, too low, I don't know, but I think you could probably crank it up higher. You could probably have more players playing versus in a 1v1, 1v1, 1v1 format. In terms of like a straight 1v1, just one team versus another team, that's something I don't really know, because you would have to either make a map redesign, or like the devs would have to go over and see what assets they would have to tweak and change, and I don't know if that's even attainable, to be honest with you, because it would just take too much time and effort. But yeah, that's my 2 cents on it.
Thanks, Bodo. Thunder, you want to go ahead?
Well, then I'm gonna just continue here. Personally, I feel like there should be a 24, 36, and 48 bracket. Reason being, there's like a lot of people banding together from different outfits just to like get the numbers to be able to play in the outfit wars. I feel like only having a 48 bracket for each faction makes it a little bit like a force that you have to like pretty much stack or just group up with people. In the end, it's pretty much, you could just pretty much copy paste the donuts on Desolation and just remove some out and just add some in to just like get it more in a more balanced feeling. And yeah, that's like my 2 cents on that. I'm gonna just give it to you, Schmitty, then.
All right. Well, I think that's a pretty tough question overall. I think that 48 versus 48 versus 48 in the current map might actually be not enough people, because while I agree that the number is so high that most people who are interested in Outfit Wars either need to stack or need to find, it's hard to get 48 people together, and that times 3, of course, even harder, right? But by pure map design, I would even argue we might, in fact, more people, because it's harder to fend, like to hold territory, than it is to take territory, and I think that's because there isn't enough manpower. So you're better off being on the move all the time, rather than being able to have a stalwart defense. But that depends on how you want to have the flow of the competition, right? Maybe that's more enjoyable. But I reckon that lower numbers would only be feasible if the map is shrunk, and I would also think that it's also heavily dependent on whether or not the three-way format stays, which I think it will. But if we assume it won't, then I think having smaller teams might be more favorable. But that'd be another format. Yeah, I think that's about it. Well, then I think I'll give the word to Drak then, I think.
Yes, thank you. It's very well said, Shmi. I think personally that the 1v1v1 will stay because it is quintessential peak Planetside when all 48 members are on each team and fighting each other out on Desolation. But I do believe that there should be a way for smaller groups to fight each other in 24 versus 24 versus 24. But not only would they have to shrink down Desolation if they want to keep a lot of the mechanics, or they can repurpose Courtier, which is already an existing piece of map work that exists, and it's already very small. But generally, I think anything that requires more work from the developers right now, especially in the map department, is not 100% on the table, and I think that's why they only went with one bracket system, even though it was wildly unpopular. And I think a platoon size is good for Desolation. Granted, I haven't personally experienced the full 1v1v1 yet. It's only been 1v1s for us. But I personally felt that the map was just the right size for that type of gameplay. There was just enough chaos, and you didn't feel like you had to spend a lot of time moving forward. But I definitely think they should open it up to smaller brackets to have their own mini side event for smaller squads or smaller outfits. Other than that, anything larger than 48, while it would be really cool to see, I don't think it's possible they would have to really band a lot of outfits together to form teams of 96 each, for example, or even just double a platoon. So, yeah, that's all I got. I'm gonna pass it on to the next one.
Yes, wait, I think that's me, isn't it?
Over.
Cool. Yeah, I always wanted to touch on that Courtier point where we already have this sort of small map available. Maybe a different game mode is a competitive smaller format, but more like the live game as well with the hard spawns, because something that Desolation doesn't have and Courtier does have is the hard spawns. But in regards to different formats and things like that, I think Desolation is too imbalanced for a 1v1. It's just not good if there's only two teams on that map. It's just imbalanced. It's even quite imbalanced when there's only sort of 20 odd guys on the other team. As far as on that note of reducing sizes and having lower brackets, I think if you're starting to go anything under 24, even 30, you're looking really at scrims. That's scrim level on Jaeger, and that's already sort of covered. So, it's about representing Planetside 2 as a whole, and Planetside 2 is ultimately a combined arms game, and I think Desolation showcases that very well, especially with a lot of people. I think someone else had something to chime in. Who was next?
I believe it's Odie.
Odie, I wanted to chime in on something.
Oh, so the thing that I just wanted to remind everybody is that we did have those battle islands that they were making, which would be for 1v1s. And they seemed like they were pretty well balanced, and they used combined arms. If we're looking for 1v1 formats, that might be a resource that the devs can draw upon. That's it.
One of the things that I remember having a discussion on about Battle Islands is there was too much obstruction for error to take advantage of. And what it means is that air control is even more severe over there, while Desolation is open enough to where it gives Skyguards an opportunity to shut down targets. They did a really good job of not putting too much debris everywhere to force air to be such a devastation. It's already a lethal force on Desolation. So if they're going to basically think of a 1v1 format, what is your thoughts about Desolation as a map for a 1v1 design, as far as the way the air is designed, the way construction is positioned, and the way the warp gate is pointing? Do you guys want to see something like Lane Smash 1v1 format, or you're using existing bases from Amrish, from Indar, wherever the 1v1 formats are all designed at? Or do you guys want to see something like Desolation for 1v1?
I think
you go, Jack.
No, it's fine. You go.
Oh yeah, I think unique map makes it special, and that's sort of what it comes back down to. It's making it so it's something that's special, so people actually enter in. It's not just another day on Planetside. By using stuff on Amarish or Indar bases, for example, you're just really sort of putting the main game in competitive, and it's not adding too much speciality to it. Might be a hot take on that, but
yeah. What I was gonna say is that I think in terms of the 1v1 competitive format, I think that it's perfectly fine that the Planetside doesn't focus on that, because we already have a very old and very well established Jaeger community with people who are willing to go in for that. And I think all they really need is more advertisement and more, the devs saying, hey, we love what you're doing, everyone go support this format as well. Because then we've got Outfit Wars, which is basically a slightly more closed off live event. On it's closer to Planetside as it is on live. And then you've got the proper kind of esports style Jaeger events where it's 2 teams down a lane with very strict rules. And I think it's better to just let those two coexist and maybe, make sure they don't step on each other's toes, like what happened here in terms of time scheduling.
My only contention with not having something integrated into the game, like I was suggesting they integrate the battle islands for 1v1s, is the Jaeger format. It is very niche, and it's sometimes difficult for players to get involved with that sort of thing where they might otherwise want to. So I'm a big proponent of them introducing the battle islands, so that if you have 12 guys on, if you have 24 guys on, and you just want to do like a scrim or a little short match against another outfit, you're able to do that, and you could be fun and decently competitive, and it would just be one more aspect of the game that people could enjoy.
Oh, for sure. If you could schedule matches on the battle islands to have smaller engagements with other outfits as a sort of side thing you can do, but not one where there's strictly a reward and a winner schedule, I think that could be really interesting to shake up. Then you could grab 2 squads from each outfit and say, hey, we're gonna duke it out in a controlled environment without having to go onto Jaeger, and I think that would be pretty good as well. But I'm talking more specifically the organized tournament structure. Sorry, Forge, you can go now.
Yeah, you can, man. Good, it's cool.
Can I ask
in regards to sorry, go ahead, Arshee.
No problem. We'll go back to the point before in just a second. What are your thoughts about delivery? Do you think delivery should be expedition first, let you guys test out the map and play it thoroughly, or should it be the way they deliver it on Alpha Wars, being competitive in the very beginning and only giving you a taste of it on PTS a little bit for designated times? Do you think you will lose the flavor of it if everybody can just run in there and start shooting and running about, or give expedition type? Sorry, that's the next basket bracket question. Hannibal, you were going.
Yeah, I just want to say, I think Alpha Wars has to remain 48 v 48 v 48. I think someone said it earlier, platoon players peak Planetside. I think it's the most balanced way to approach it. And I know there's people who are calling for what is it, 96 v 96 or alliances and all kinds of stuff. But realistically speaking, if we look at the turnouts, a lot of outfits can barely manage to get 48 people. Forget anything more. I mean, there are some, like in 2ref we have about 75 to 80 people who show up each Alpha Wars night in case we need reserves, but that's the exception, not the rule. And I think it's unfair to expect outfits to be able to field that many people or make those brackets. So smaller brackets is probably the way to go, but I think that should be limited to Jaeger if it is done. And secondly, maybe even the Battle Islands or Cult here, because Cult here already has kind of a 1v1v1 perfect format for a 24v24v24 with the smaller base number and the linear lattices. So I'd say Cold Tier and Battle Islands could probably be adapted for that, but for the actuality of Outfit Wars, I think the 1 platoon versus 1 platoon versus 1 platoon, 3 factions format is the best way to go, and that's kind of my stance on everything.
Anyone wants to add anything to it before we go to the next question?
I actually could not
Also-
agree more.
No, we don't get it.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly with the statement, but I would like to add that maybe if people look for the smaller well, I'd say for the smaller formats, it would in fact be wise to actually shout out the Jaeger community as a whole, because or like give it official support, not as in like complete association, but at least inform people that exists, right? And that you can go there, and that you can have internals and these smaller formats there, no problem. You can just book a base. It's that easy, and then you go with it.
I do have a closing statement as well, Archie. If
Please.
Okay, I just want to say that, like, be honest with you, because I know we've talked about the bracket and numbers less or more. How they have Desolation set up right now for what the actual outfits can actually supply in terms of manpower on a consistent weekly schedule, I think it's just good, because there's outfits that are barely doing that right now. So if we go a little bit less on that argument, I don't think the map can support less. Go more, you might be able to support it, but then you have the manpower issue. And like Smitty just said there, Jaeger events is something that's open. So if people don't want something that is Outfit Wars, if they want something a little bit smaller, there's tons and tons of community events that are run by community members and leads of outfits that band together to also bring other events like that as well.
The chat is saying some stuff about smaller outfits not being punished, and I know we were closing this off, but it is important to acknowledge the chat. And they are saying that they feel like smaller outfits are being punished because they can't have population. Jaeger events are not accessible to everyone, and faction wars should be a thing. Faction wars is live Planetside, like kind of that's my stance on that. And as far as smaller outfits being punished, I can see that sentiment, but again, just make Cold Tier a Desolation match, or a smaller version of Outfit Wars, and it fixes the small outfit punishment thing. That's pretty much it.
To
That's my
clarify
stance.
the smaller outfit being punished, are we talking about punished because they can't do the new system that Rel's going to implement, where you need to have 48 people sign up?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure it's not the same punishment terminology as something else.
I think that. Oh yes, go ahead. Well, I don't know if you want to go first,
and then we can go next.
Okay.
Schmitty, go ahead.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think the sentiment, like the basis of the sentiment or the premise, is kind of wrong in my eyes. It's not like the terminology used, that you're being punished because you can't participate, I think is a maybe not the right way of thinking about it. It's like just that there has to be a standard, and if that standard is not met, then you can't participate, right? It's not that you are being actively punished. It's it's also that hopefully alliances will be a thing, and then you can hook up with your friends and buddies and still attend, right? It's not a hard filter. It's just that the rules have to be somewhat fair and equal, and thus that's the logical consequence. You will always discriminate if you filter, and that's just what happens naturally. It's not a punishment in that sense. So
I think, can I add to what you said, Schmitty?
Sure.
If there's a game mode in MMO, let's imagine World of Warcraft. It's a 5v5 format, and you have a large team, and you want it to be larger. Their intention was to see a 5v5 game. What the developers are the authors of this book called Planetside 2. And so if they want to see a 48 versus 48 versus 48 format, and they're the authors of this book, we should basically honor that. We're here to basically just try to identify, is there more that we can receive from this epic book called Planetside 2? And what are those more things that we want to see? if the story of Planetside going into this new format called Outfit Wars and you don't appreciate the direction that they're going in, we should add value to it. And to find a way to basically add value is what we've done so far. Fantastic job from all these speakers. Identifying if you guys are enjoying the current format, how do we get smaller outfits to basically be involved in this? Sadly, this game has been here for 8 years. If Planetside 2 was able to have all of this set ahead of time, and you guys weren't sitting here for 8 years building this cultural space that you guys have in your private sectors, then they could have had any type of mode and everybody would have had to transition into it. But since we've been here for so long, not myself, I've been here for only a year, and then basically the first 3 years. So a total of 4 years I've been here. A lot of people have been here for more than 8 years. Some have been here for 18 years, so wow. Not saying that we don't have the opportunity, but what are your thoughts about the culture getting changed from your 8 years of being an outfit leader to seeing them adding these game modes? Does that bother you, or is that something exciting to you? Let's have that question being said because of what's happening right now, and then we'll move to the next question.
Yeah, I think it gives an opportunity for something fresh. Now, I haven't necessarily been near the top of an outfit / at the top of an outfit for very long, only really a year, in fact, myself. But I've been playing the game pretty much since the beginning of beta, and then I went away for a while. But I think it adds something fresh to the game. I think it adds something fresh for outfits to strive to, and what really gets me going is looking over all of the tactics and looking how we might approach Desolation, how we're going to approach this specific opponent. That really brings the community together, I feel.
Well said. Anybody else want to add to that before we go to the next question? Sounds good. Let's go to topic number 3, but right before we do that, let's bring chat back in. And can I get chat to @ArsheeTV right now so I can read your text? I'll have it open for 1 minute, and then the speakers can actually discuss it if there's a question that they want to basically add more value to. Make sure you use the @ ArsheeTV. I'll highlight it in my eyes, and I can see it if you have a specific question about topic number 2. And you're back on now.
Well, if I'm just allowed to add something to the bracket system, I feel like it could be an amazing thing to maybe have like the EU servers or the American servers to like have Outfit Wars matches against each other as like a special thing. Just feel like the idea behind that could be very cool. But in the end, like, I don't know how difficult it's going to be to implement, so yeah, just like an idea I had.
No, I like it.
There's just an interesting comment coming up in the chat talking of that. It says at Arshee, we need 2 events, one outfit wars, one faction wars, and that interestingly could be potentially something that the smaller outfits would be able to compete in, you know?
Can I interject on this one?
Please.
Because on the faction wars versus outfit wars, we have a faction wars on Cobalt. It is called the Cobalt Clash. I am one of the people who organize it, where we get all of the outfits, no matter the size, per faction to come out, work together, form a command structure, and absolutely go hammer each other on a continent, which Arshee usually streams. Which is a really good opportunity for new, younger outfits and smaller outfits to get involved. They are easy enough events to organize. They can be spread to other servers, and they are really accessible to new players and to new, like, smaller groups as well. So if people want to set that up on their server, that is a really good opportunity, but doesn't necessarily need even dev support. I mean, dev support would really be helpful, but we set up 3 of them with no dev support at all.
I have a question here for New Player Wars from CB Young Pro. As far as what you mean by that, are you saying like if you're battle ranks 1 through 15, you have the opportunity to sign up to a new player fight space? Similar to, not Outfit Wars, where you're getting overwhelmed right from the beginning? Are you talking about more controlled environment, like infantry only and no aircraft and vehicles? Or are you talking about vehicles only sign up? or aircraft only signups for younger players, or all around everybody gets a chance to try that? Or has nothing to do with what I'm talking about?
I'm sorry, could I say something on this?
Please.
I just wanted to say that I think that a lot of this stems from like people just refusing to be inclusive to newer players. Like I had 2 guys in my outfit participating in the outfit wars who've been in my outfit for a long time, and they're fairly new players who just, they work a lot or they just don't have an opportunity to play that often. And I had them play with us, and it's like you can't exclude these people and then foster a good community. It's just not the way that you're going to do it. If you're constantly putting people down and saying, "Oh, you're not good enough to play," that's not something that I want for this community, and I don't think that anybody should want that for the Planetside 2 community, because we all were those bad players at some point where we just weren't good at the game and we needed someone to give us a chance. And I think that a lot of outfits need to just give these newer players more of a chance to play in their outfits and to participate in these sort of things. That's all I wanted to say.
I want to add to that real quick. And I know that Smitty, you can come right in after me. I have that. The reason why I want to add to this is it's a falsehood, but it's also very true. The reason why I say it's a falsehood is because there's personalities that also becomes a problem. Newer players will come in. They won't be that fully respectful to the current community, or a group of 10 people are being invited and then they try to clash with the existing community. So some people are better at communicating than others. Some people are more open, like myself. I'm extremely inclusive. You guys all have your communities, but I guess what's better to say this right now is, wouldn't it be nicer if you had a format on outfit somewhere basically that shows off the outfit style? We accept the new players. We're more for veterans. We're more for elites. We want more aircraft pilots. It was an easier way to basically find these kinds of players. I think the new player experience will give you that opportunity to have outfits cycle out, to go to the right places, to not force all outfits to have to house new players. The outfits that are actually willing to train them have a system in place already. The existing system for players that are elites don't need to actually have that. It takes a lot of work to be an outfit leader. I've been one before. I don't wish that upon everyone, but I do truly appreciate those who actually do a lot of work to make sure these new players have a great time, but they should be honored by having the ability to advertise themselves in such a way where the new players can find you faster than having them to leave mentor squads, having them to leave the queue spam invites that gets sent into outfits that traditionally don't care about the new players.
So you basically are talking about a billboard area where the outfits can advertise themselves in a place that new players can see it. Well, I mean, I do agree the outfit browser is really not that accessible, because you only get to write a few lines of text, and there's no really way of telling if an outfit is active or not anymore. Like if there are outfits on the board that are been there for years, but they only have like 3 players on ever out of like 100, because it's just because that community is fallen apart. So I do believe an overhaul to how they find outfits is really good, because right now the best way for new players to find outfits is to stumble onto the subreddit, stumble into the Planetside Discord, and then go say, "Hey, I'm looking for an outfit on this server and this faction." And we've gotten a lot of people into the 95th that way, where people would be like, "Hey, we're on this server and we need help," and then I would contact them in PMs and say hi. But most people that join the game aren't gonna go look through all that, because there's a lot of hoops to go through to find a stable community, and the game just isn't very good at advertising it. So the question is, how would the advertising be set up so that this is better than what we have? I'm going to pass it on to who lit up.
How we went from
Schmitty wanted to say something.
Let's go to Schmitty, but it's hilarious how we went from a 24 versus 24 bracket. Go ahead, Schmitty.
Well, but it plays into it. No, I think that I would like to kind of split that into two topics. So I think that there's something like a natural proclivity for a certain kind of player to like go through outfits, right? We all haven't been in one outfit for 8 years. At least most of us haven't. And there's certain kind of outfits that support a more higher skill and a more lower skill, and like something in between. There's very inclusive outfits, and I think that I say that at almost every turn. On Cobalt, there's a great example of outfits that are willing to train newer players all the time, like, or you have like Urge on VS, or Reapers, etc. Like they have like dedicated trainings and whatnot. I think what would really help the community, in fact, is that players who are sub battle rank 15. I don't know if that's the case. Like, I know there's some level requirement. I think sub battle rank 15 shouldn't be able to join an outfit. And I think that upon reaching that, they should be greeted with a hand-picked set of outfits, and those outfits would have to apply, so they are being shown in that selection screen, right? They would have to be like, hey, we want to mentor new people, and then, maybe a community manager goes in and sees if that's fine, and then he goes like, yeah, we can present that to a new player. Something like that. That would be a good vetting. On the other hand, though, I think that the inclusivity question is a little bit too abstract, because sometimes you outgrow your outfit. Like a lot of those midfits, like Reapers or Urge. I founded Urge, and now I'm in T, and I think there is a sort of a natural lifespan for competitive-minded players. You will outgrow your midfit, and then you'll search for people that are, on your skill level, and then you go into, whatever you want to call it, an elite fit or so. That could very well be the natural, journey of a dedicated Planetside player. And I think there's nothing like inherently wrong with that, even though it gets thrown around like it's a morally questionable thing to be selective about your members. I don't think that's the case. Well, I think there should be a place for every sort of player, but that also means that outfits have to discriminate upon players.
Can I also add something in there?
Please.
So one other problem that I have with this is that people don't get the chance to see all of the possibilities and all of the different ways of playing Planetside when they're first coming in. They join us, if they were to join a squad in-game, they might sometimes run into some people who are running unorganized, going for objectives, going for points, actually playing tactically. But the majority of the time, they're just going to end up with a low cohesion squad. And the fact is that there are some people who want to play Planetside to be in those low cohesion squads. There are some people who just want to sit in a Discord with their friends, blasting hard base and running at points. And those people have every right to enjoy the game as much as someone who wants to follow the competitive progression and go from mid-fit training to Jaeger to elite fit or whatever you want to call it, or someone who wants to go for a community progression to go into a mid-fit and then create their own and branch out into streaming or whatever they're going to do. There's all sorts of different ways you can go in this community. There's no right or wrong way to do it, but people don't get the presentation of here are the different ways that you can do this. They just see this is one group of people playing it, I'll tack onto this, and kind of can drift off into the wrong way because they've not seen that there are alternatives and one of those might fit them better.
But what's the wrong way, or is that like an individual?
Exactly. There is no wrong way to do it, but people might have the wrong way for them.
Yeah, whatever doesn't fit their style is what he's saying.
Yeah, the point is though that if you encourage player choice, then it also means that the choice to not take in certain players is also highlighted. So it's really hard to get the balance right here. But I also think that like Thunderstorm and Zolfo wanted to add something to that, and we kind of skipped them. So let's try hear out what they had to say.
Oh, sorry.
Well, yeah,
That's
it's about the outfit browser thing. I feel like maybe like adding something like an endorsement system to outfits, which you can only like access after you've been like a month in the outfit or something. So there's like no meme reviews or something like that. Would help out as well with like choosing the outfits which are like better for newer players or for like training, the enjoyment factor of the outfit, stuff like that. I feel like that could be a huge help, especially for like newer players, as well as you guys said with the like putting certain outfits to the top, which were like community managers and stuff said, okay, these guys are good at the job they're doing, training new players, giving new players an enjoyable environment. With like the endorsement system itself, like people could say, okay, I was in this outfit, I enjoyed it or I didn't enjoy it, and have the reasons why, and through that they could look over it to see like who stays at the top of that and who like just drops their places. That's from me.
You guys have kind of already said what I wanted to say, so that's good.
Awesome. Can I get chat to go and basically go to the very top and go ahead and basically put your votes. And I made a poll, and that poll is very simple. The 48 versus 48 current system. If you guys enjoy what's happening right now, or A and B, which is add additional format to the system right now, which is a 24 versus 24 versus 24. Very short, guys. Less than 10 seconds, almost a yes/no answer. Is 24 versus 24 versus 24 too small for the existing right now Desolation map? Anybody wants to add to that? And then we're going to change the subject.
I think it's too small.
The
Okay.
poll's coming in hot. It's about 50-50 so far.
Yep. Zolfer, do you want to say anything, Smitty?
No.
No, I was just giggling.
Oh, got it.
The current one's taking the lead.
Overall, I'm going to probably say verbally, I think it's too small. I've watched this thing for literally 3 rounds total. That means I've been here 16 plus 8, if I can do the math right, 24 times, guys. And I think it's too small. There are some matches where the 48 versus 48 versus 48 format was happening, and I had no clue where the hell you were. That's how big this map is. There's 150 players, and somehow you guys redeployed back to the warp gate and was empty for 2 minutes. And I just saw a one-on-one fight in the sky, and something was happening. So that emptiness can be more severe in a 20 versus 24 versus 24 versus 24. That is just my opinion.
I think that comes down to lots of spawn logistics within the specific outfit. If you had, I hate to pull names out of the hat for other outfits here, but if you had a more competitive outfit such as Fool or Recursion running a 24-man format, I think that you'd see a bit of a difference in that, just because of the way they play in a tight-knit way.
Correct. If we're going to be designing it just for the top of the top, the gold, silver,
That's not inclusive.
bronze. Yeah, I'm saying like the gold, silver, bronze are going to be the most legit watch matches for sure, hands down. But
it could also be a limitation with the observer camera, Arshee, because when you're in the fight, even if you're in only fighting one more team, it doesn't feel empty at all. In our last match, the one where we won before you barely had time to get there, even though we won with quite a large margin, it was still very busy. Like I did not have time to have any brief moment at all before I would be attacked by more Reavers. So I think it's more got to do with that the outfit camera seems to not spot everyone automatically from each faction. Like you often have issues seeing whose name is what when they're in vehicles. And the fact that you can't have a map overlay on a separate screen so you can quickly look over and see, oh, that's where the fight is. So you don't have to open the map for everyone to see. So you can just quickly zoom around while looking around.
I didn't even think about that. Yes, you're 100% right. If the minimap declared exactly where the forces were, if the vehicles and the aircraft were seen like infantry, I don't think I would have a problem ever again to try to find
if
you
it
guys.
basically auto-spotted everyone as far as you can see them, that would help.
There might be technical limitations to that, because that feels like such an obvious thing to do, but it's not working correctly, so it's hard to tell why that's not the case. But I agree. But I also think that it's like from a gameplay perspective, you are essentially encouraged to be on the move all the time. And that's also why it's hard to get a real grasp of what's going on, because you just have to, be as quick as possible, just like on live where you redeploy, and like go search for places to be more useful. And it's amplified in Desolation. And if you have 48 players doing that, then it might be, just a 2-minute action scene you're missing. And that's just how it looks on stream. But while you're playing it, it's very hectic.
Yeah, even if it's a squad on certain bases and donuts, it's a total gong show. Like with the construction being added and causing more chaos, and the odd airstrike coming in from like Reavers or Mozzies, like it goes like the fights can go really intense really quickly, and then disperse to a different area and still be super intense. So it's really fast paced. It's super fast paced.
Yeah. So that means
Obviously,
that you guys have the opportunity to always maintain pace because your faction is sitting there constantly having eyes on there. You have 48 people getting comms and saying, here comes a drop. We're on Relic E. Well, I'm just a single cameraman with no intel.
Yeah.
And no visibility on where you guys are moving. No instant click where I can actually just drop into the largest cluster. I mean, so it makes it very difficult to showcase that. But you guys are telling me, I believe you.
I do believe it's a technical limitation of the observer cam because it feels obvious, but it could also be, Schmitty, that they just never considered it because this is the first competitive event where a camera has to be around to look for just to shoutcast it. But obviously the peak for technology that it could be is if Arshee could, in every other sport, be able to tap in and see the perspective of a player, then see what they're seeing. But I don't know if Planetside even supports that kind of technology.
I think it doesn't. That was I think somebody in chat also wrote helmet cams, right? That's what it is. That'd be cool, but I don't think that. I don't quite remember in what context, but I think for the Jaeger community that has already been requested, and I think it was denied on the grounds of technical limitation.
Yeah,
but I'm not entirely sure.
The best thing you can do is have someone from each team stream, so have it in the bottom of your stream so you can see that.
That's what I was gonna say.
That's like a that's like a real do-it-yourself way of fixing it.
And I don't think I don't. Oh, sorry. You go ahead.
Yeah. Alternatively, Arshee, having more people with you to shoutcast, not necessarily stream, but at least inform you, hey, over here, so they could put a squad waypoint down, so you just can zoom over to it quickly. Basically have someone always watch the map for you, so to point out where the fight is, so you can go over to it. That way you don't have to sit and be confused.
That's a genius
and
idea.
It's a co-commentator. You could probably have
it's a co-commentator
specific who's knowledgeable about that specific faction or something, so you could go to them to rely on that sort of intel too. So it might make a better show too for the casters out there.
I agree. I already have some casters basically already reached out to me. I'm looking forward to basically working with them. But I didn't think about them actually moving me to the next base. That's actually a genius idea.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up too, that you could actually find someone from that server, for example Emerald or Cold Tier, that know the server and the players and people, and they could co-cast with you. But I don't know how I don't know how those observer cam accounts get handled out and how you would pick those people, right? So that would be another issue that casters would have to go off of. But having someone with that type of knowledge and intel could actually make those casts more in depth, more enjoyable. You get to hear all the backstories, and it would be more exciting for viewers as well to hear all the backstories and be like, oh, you see this right here? This is because there's some previous beef between these two outfits and blah blah blah. I think that would be really cool.
Okay.
Yeah, that's cool.
One of the things I try to do in my casting is to try to be extremely biased. Especially if I play the game, I get killed by one specific faction the entire time. I could be like, I don't want to have that even 1 cent of a feeling. That's probably another reason why I don't play. But I do want to maintain that mentality. It can happen to the best of us, but that's why I'm gonna set up outfit spotlights of hanging out with you guys, running and gunning, versus going solo and be like, this individual killed me 45 times. Oh, I'm gonna make sure he feels it. I'm like, no, don't do that, Arshee. Don't do that.
But Arshee, who was it that asked how observer camps are handed out?
That one is going to be an interesting one. I think PSB has been maintaining that for a while now, and I don't think it's public knowledge.
There's already a good deal of players on all servers with all factions who have OBS cams. Other than that, the developers do hand them out if you ask, and if Arshee is able to vouch that, hey, this person is going to co-cast with me on this stream, on this match, then it's very likely that Rel is going to hand out some more OBS accounts, because it's literally you just make a character, log into the server, and then you can.
Yeah, the only thing that I personally would need is that individual having at least some experience in this kind of field. But overall, having you guys as speakers is already experience. Just hanging out with me is good enough.
There is plenty of small.
They don't even necessarily have to have the OBS cam, Arshee. They just need to be on Desolation and have a map open to call out for you where the fight is. Place a squad waypoint, you can fly over there.
Right.
This is at least just for your streams. This is not a silver bullet solution, but just for you.
No, 100%. I think overall, I think you nailed it. I think getting the observer cam, it's possible. I don't think Rel has to do that. It's not his job, but overall, I think we can find a solution to that. Thank you guys. I appreciate that.
Yeah, there's plenty of small time content creators out there that are unknown who have a bit of experience with it. I mean, like myself, for example, who would definitely be willing to chip in. So we're definitely looking at something like that from the community. I'm sure people would be happy to help.
Same. I also have an OBS cam, and you can always communicate with the outfits to get more knowledge. So there's plenty of us you can ask. We only need to know how to get into Desolation, really.
Cool. Just to make sure you guys let me know, and I'll try to basically do it one iteration and see how well it goes. So sadly, this is the world we live in. One person can ruin it for everybody.
Sure.
And I try to try to be as inclusive and as open as I can until that gets crossed, and then I make the adjustments. But yeah, I'm open to it. I'm very, very much interested to see how this is going to work out. Is there anything else that you guys want to add before I go to chat? Chat, you guys satisfied with this question? And we're going to go move on to topic number 3. Give chat a chance to have a 5-second delay to let them type for a second. Switching over to topic 3 just for now until somebody basically wants to add anything to topic 2, so I don't feel like I left you guys out. Oh, I left chat open the entire time.
By the way, Archie, I just wanted to add, are we okay to go in this much detail in terms of how we're presenting these questions? Because I don't know if you want to get through all these topics or time.
Yeah, that's what I'm curious.
Let's do this. We're going to go and basically keep it short for the next couple of questions here. We'll come back to them if we want to add it. So that means I need all of the speakers now to put a marker down after you've spoken a short amount. Put a marker down and say you want to add more to it. And we can come back to topic 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's just put our statements out there. How does that sound?
Copy that, yep.
Okay. Ability number 3, guys. We're going to basically skip on chat right now. So that way I don't spend too much time making this into a 8-hour stream like I've always done every single time. Let's go and basically focus on getting these knocked out. We'll come back and go in more in depth to each one that these individuals want to talk about. Let's go through them quickly. Write down on your own time. If you have the opportunity to come back to that topic, we will. There's some juicy ones at the end, I promise you. The ability to cancel Alpha Wars signups before and during Alpha Wars is topic number 3. We're going to go ahead and start with Salamander.
I think that if they don't increase the requirement for signing up, they definitely need to make this a thing. Ghost outfits not turning up for their games really did ruin the competition in the early stages. So if they're going to have this whole 48 people have to sign up thing, then yeah, maybe it'll be fine. But if not, then people do really need to be able to drop out because it is incredibly easy to accidentally sign up right now. One of our officers managed to do it with the 95th, and it was terrifying.
What about canceling during?
Cancelling during, probably not such a big deal because it's only a short tournament. And if you're fighting some of your battles, then at least you're getting somewhere. And only a few teams are going to make it through to the end anyway, so...
So I'm assuming that, let's say right now I just did Alpha Wars round 3, and I no longer want to play. Can I click the cancel button? Do you guys approve of that? And that outfit name will pop out of the actual bracket.
I don't think that's doable because every team needs an opponent. So if your team just vanishes, then it's the same as you not turning up because there still needs to be 3 teams for each match. So there needs to be an even number of teams on each faction.
Got it. So can you get to cancel during? No, for Salamander. 48-man signups currently what Rel just described as good. And overall, should be the current system basically on. If you did sign up with 48 people, that means you want to be there. There's no need to cancel. There we go.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
And I'll pass on to Schmitty.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with your primary statement. I think outfits should be able to cancel their sign up. Although I think the 48 players, like enlisting, will get rid of that anyway. But let's assume it won't. Then canceling before Outfit War starts is a good thing. But during, I would put a hard no on that, because, like, if everybody can just pull out whenever they want, then the stakes aren't high for that. I think that if you want to participate, you get 48 people ready. You can't just on a whim call it off. Plus, it's also who calls it off. Do all the 48 people then have to agree they call it off, or is it just the leader who does it? I think the ramifications of that are too unspecified, and thus I'd say canceling during Outfit War is a hard no, in my opinion. Yeah, I think
who's next?
That's about it, and I'll pass on to Ford.
Hannibal Forge.
You're muted.
Let's give Hannibal Forge about 3 seconds. We'll move over to the next individual. Drac, go ahead and
Oops,
take
sorry,
it.
my bad.
Oh, Hannibal's back.
Sorry about that. Yes. I think this is really important for the health of the Alpha Wars. Sorry, my mic was having issues unmuting itself. I think this is important for the future of the Alpha Wars because if you have an outfit that signs up, even with the 48 petition system, if they sign up and something happens, maybe they lose their members or they can't bring their numbers, there should be a grace period where they can disengage from the competition, if for no other reason than to preserve the integrity of the contest. Because I know that in our first match for 2RAF, it undermined a lot of our momentum because we had 22BT, which was a small outfit that signed up by accident. They had less than 2 squads, and VSA, which had less than 12 people. And we basically got a free win there, and it kind of in a way denigrated our next victories, because even though we won against GSLD and VCATs, and then again yesterday we won against GSLD and SKL, the fact that we had that quote-unquote free win at the start has still kind of been hung over our heads. And on top of that as well, it's just not fun. Like, you go into Outfit Wars to fight, you go into Outfit Wars to have a competition, and if an outfit can't field the numbers for whatever reason, be it an accidental sign-up or otherwise, the petition system that Rel's rolled out is a good starting point to avoid ghost fits, but canceling your enrollment should be an option, if only because it'll enable you to say, okay, look, we can't really make this work. It's going to stress out our members. We can't get the numbers. We need to just back out of this. And at least if you have a grace period before the Outfit Wars start, where maybe it's like a 2-week sign-up period, then after that 2 weeks, the Outfit Wars actually start. It gives the devs time to adjust the brackets, and it also gives the outfits time to really consider if they want to be involved. And I did say devs because I do think that the randomized brackets is a mistake, and there should actually be some direct involvement in the brackets themselves, but that's neither here nor there. To summarize and be concise, which I apologize for not being concise, yes, they should be able to cancel signups, and it should be done during a grace period before the actual beginning of the Outfit Wars season.
So to cancel before and after, or just before?
Just before.
Thank you. And let's go ahead and basically finalize it up from Hannibal. We're going to go over to Drac, and then we get Zulfer and Odian basically to add to this.
Yeah, I basically agree with a lot of what's been said, and it's definitely important. But with the new sign-up process, I think that for each outfit to require 48 individuals to go in and say, I would like to play, there is it's a lot less likely that we get no-show events. And if we do get a team who signs up and then decides they face a team where they decide we're just not going to show, they can be punished for that. They can be disqualified and maybe outright prevented from participating in the next Outfit Wars as well, and obviously not receive any rewards for previous battles fought if they just don't show up. So I think once those are in place, and with the new sign-up process, I don't think we're going to have a need to have I don't think we're going to have a need for a outfit to be able to cancel leaving mid Outfit Wars, which is a bad idea. But being able to cancel the sign-up, definitely. If someone accidentally clicks it and people start signing up, the leader should be able to say, hold on, we weren't actually intended on joining, and leave it the process. But once obviously they're locked in with 48 players.
Got it. So don't cancel after they lock in, correct?
No. After they locked in, they should participate. Otherwise, there should be consequences.
Got it. What kind of consequences are we talking about?
Well, mostly, the kind you're banned from the net. You're prevented from participating in the next Outfit Wars season. No reward. All rewards from pre-existing matches they fought will be stripped, or just not given out in the first place, and things like that. It shouldn't be, like he wrote. It shouldn't be the type of we're gonna dissolve the outfit. I don't think not showing to a fight is enough to qualify dissolving an outfit, but banning them for a season is definitely and taking away the rewards is definitely good enough for me, at least.
Okay.
I'm gonna hand it over now.
Yeah, I'll be concise. Just touching on the sign up thing, of course. We have this Fizu tool where we can actually see these outfits' activity over the month. So what I propose is a 2-week activity gauge. So you sign up, and then there's 2 weeks where that Fizu will be tracking your activity to ensure that you could actually field a team of 48. And teams that aren't able to field at least 40 players, or whatever the number might be, we can be revoked from the sign up, and then the roster can be adjusted from there, and you will really unlikely have teams without players show up at that point.
Thank you. And then we have Odion.
I wanted to just reiterate what I think Drax said, which is as long as they make better criteria for outfits being able to join, we're not going to run into as many problems. Like, as long as they're like, okay, does this outfit have 48 people that can actually play? We're not going to have as many outfits dropping out or not showing up with enough players in the first place. So I think that a proactive solution to this problem is the best, and the proactive solution is just barring outfits from entering the tournament if they only have 10 guys, things like that.
Thank you. Anybody else want to add anything before we go to the next?
Yeah, I would like to say that even though the FISO thing sounds like a good idea on the surface of it, I think that it's a little bit too inconsistent because, for example, in T, a lot of people play on other factions, alt accounts, etc. And, maybe our activity is down, but if we have 48 people who are willing to play, then I think that that choice should be respected regardless of like abstract activity numbers. And if people don't show, and if it's a no-show, or like depending on how low you hang the bar, let's say like it's a no-show after less than half people turn up or something like that, you need a definition for that too. And then the rules apply and they get disqualified for that round of outfit wars. I think that is a way more consistent way to use it rather than predict how many people will do based on, API statistics. I think that's a little too up in the air.
Presumably, you're going to be playing on the faction that you're aiming to compete in. That's why I proposed a 2-week period, because you're ideally going to be playing on the faction and the outfit with the guys that you're going to be playing with in Outfit Wars, right?
No, I don't know. That depends on the people. I didn't play that much on my TR until the Outfit Wars started. Or maybe people are on vacation. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I know. I'm proposing the question back.
Yeah. No worries. No, I got that. Just like, yeah, no worries.
Yeah, it's an interesting point, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. Just something to think about. But I don't think it's consistent enough to warrant implementation.
So somewhere in the middle is where we're thinking. Is something in the middle of that is probably a better idea.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, it depends. Just player choice, in my opinion, and then just have him stand for the consequences. I think
sure.
that's the ideal solution to that, because then you just gotta stick to it. No, you put your head in the ring, and then you gotta stick to it. And if you don't, you're out. Right? That seems like the most because if there's punishments being laid out for it, it needs to be transparent enough so people understand why. And like, I think that's the way to go.
Okay. Yeah, fair point.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's it.
All right. So then we have the poll basically up right now for you guys to go ahead and vote. Take that time to go look at that, guys, at the top of the chat. I don't know if this was the best. All I get is 5 options. So I tried to think of the best way to basically give everybody a chance to vote in their point of view what they think they would love to have for this game.
What is no canceling with penalties?
No canceling,
no
with
canceling
penalties
before.
means that if you cancel, no canceling, and if you don't show up, you get penalties. So that means no canceling included, but if you don't do no shows with 48 people that you've signed up with and you're trying to veto this whole idea.
I think you may have worded that wrong, Arshee, because that's not what I got out of it.
Oh, God.
Yeah, you should be able to cancel before, but not during. And during, just penalties, right? That would be I think that was how it was phrased.
Yeah, I made a mistake right then.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Let's just see what happens right now. It looks like everybody wants to be canceling before. It looks like the majority. At least we know somebody wants that, at least somewhere. I was going to say, if you did cancel, I cannot cancel, and you don't show up, you guys want penalties included or not? Without penalties is what I meant to say. Exactly. I made a mistake. Long story short, this is the basically final on that one. Ability to cancel, and during an outfit or after. And thanks, guys, for making that vote happen. Let's go to the next topic question. I'm going to ask again to the speakers if it's okay if I step away for a second. and then for them to continue. Is that okay with you guys?
Yeah, should be fine.
That is fun.
Yes, sir.
Topic 4. Should Outfit Wars have referees covering the matches? Topic 4 will be started with Salamander. Go ahead.
Okay, so I feel like it may not need a specific referee for each match, but I do think that it does need some closer dev or official monitoring, and that if there are going to be any rules like Rel put out on his Twitter, I believe, after certain games on Connery, that they do need to monitor and make sure that that's not happening, but they also need to set some specific guidelines to what they're looking for and make sure it's totally transparent to the people who are playing what the rules are. Again, I don't think we need someone on observer cam on every match, but I do think that they need to keep close attention and not try and make this an automated thing that's just run by a system. That's my 2 cents. I will pass on down to Schmitty.
Well, that's a tough one. I think there should be referees. I think there should be clear, concise rules for it. That's a clear foundation. I think that if those rules include interpretatory things, like, for example, when is a double team, like if that's punishable, when is a punishable double teaming occurring? I think that would need a referee, for example, to make that out. But I would say that it wouldn't hurt. Like, it would just almost exclusively be a net benefit, I think, to have a third neutral part. Oh, well, a third. I guess a fourth neutral party, overlooking the occurrence, with actual, executive force, and I think that would help the competition. If the rules are constructed in a manner that is concise. If not, then it's just, if there's too much leeway on the rules, then I'm not for a referee, because then it's just gonna become, whatever you make it out to be as a referee. So yeah.
Yeah, the thing with that is, like, we had the case in our last match. Due to us playing a stack fit, we pretty much were deciding to pretty much hard focus them, which then the VS faction did as well, the VS outfit. It wasn't really something that was on purpose or anything. We just were more scared of the TR outfit than the VS outfit. And I mean, it's difficult to see for a referee because, like, in a case like that, it could be that us and the VS outfit get punished for something that wasn't really, like, planned, wasn't in any way, like, coordinated. It just happened because pretty much both of us had the same plan and, like, decided to go after the stronger opponent, and that's how it is, I guess.
But I don't think you should throw away, like, some outfits are willing to take the last place just to see some outfit not take the first, and I think that should be punishable. Like, you should always try to win. That's the main thing where I would say the punishment would come in. But I think Forge is next up in line. So let's see what he has to say.
Down to that whole statement, right? What does outfit wars mean? And referees isn't a terrible idea, but it definitely has certain downsides, right? Like the referees themselves, how are they picked? Are they devs? If so, do the devs understand the server politics? Do they understand what is double teaming and what isn't? Do they understand the inherent community biases relevant to those engagements? For example, 2RAF knew to some degree that there was some kind of grudge between VCAS and GSLD. We knew that they were probably going to go after each other. And we definitely leveraged that. We kept an eye on both factions. We played around that rivalry, and we kind of, snuck in our win while just keeping a careful eye on them and watching them fight each other. But let's take the fight on Connery, for example, right? Between R18 and Pigs against Recursion. That's a blatant violation of what Alpha Wars is meant to be. But having a referee there, would that have stopped it? Or would that have simply, would they have done it anyway, right? As a protest. The whole point of referees would be to impugn the ability for outfits to break the proverbial rules of Outfit Wars. But what even are the rules? the rules right now is you get 3 platoons and you fight in desolation. There are unwritten expectations, and there are there's a spirit of the competition, but there are no clear guidelines which says this is a violation, this is a penalty. Do we then implement point penalties? Referees is a good idea in terms of making sure people are sticking to the objective and trying to win. I agree with Schmitty, but I'm trying to be concise here, guys. I apologize. The second point to that is, what if you want to go for second because you don't believe you can get the win, and getting second is better than getting third? Is that punishable? Is that inherently, if you go for second and then you try and punish the last outfit to stop them getting points, is that a double team or is that a tactic? And what defines if it's a double team or a tactic? I agree that referees need to be involved, but at the same time, I think the main problem with getting referees involved is you need to have a clearly outlined set of structure for the match before you can even have that discussion, because if you don't, the inclusion of referees creates a much broader and much messier discussion and a much more convoluted aspect to outfit wars, because then you have to have a rule book. And the moment you bring a rule book in, everything dials up in complexity by an order of magnitude over and over and over again. And that's kind of my piece on it.
Okay, I think that's on to Drac next.
Yeah, I definitely think the whole referees thing is a bit shaky foundation, but I do agree with what was just said, that without a clear, concise rule set and about what that all outfits have to agree on the moment they join Outfit Wars, there has to be a clear, concise rule set, like a sort of terms of service, that once you sign up to Outfit Wars and once you're in, you have basically agreed and signed that this is the rules we abide by, and define the line between strategically choosing to attack the stronger opponent and what a double and what an organized double team is what Schmitty said. Is there a premeditated plan to take down a team and just not fight each other, basically one team throwing the game? But how can you, if it's done in a really secret way, how would the referees prove that? Because you can still organize a double team and fight each other mildly on each other's fronts while still heavily taking down the third team. So this is again leaning back to, this is where server politics comes into it. Are there outfits that are just going to be straight up hating one other outfit and agree to basically pin them down to make sure that they're fighting to make the other team lose and not win, and instead of winning on their own? And it's just really difficult to call out. Grantedly, some outfits, when they do it really blatantly, and I'm glad they did that, because it made us able to, draw attention to it. But I think if people start doing it really sneakily, it's going to become this cloak and dagger thing where people are like, oh, but I heard this person say this, and then a secret recording is going to get dropped on Reddit as a bombshell that a whole match was rigged. So it's really difficult to be a referee for Outfit Wars. I would not envy the job of whoever gets chosen for that. And
real quick, Arshee. Sorry, Drac. You have a raid in your chat.
Oh, let me address that real quick. Who's the raid from?
SKL.
Oh my god. Everybody's so sorry for basically stopping the stream. I told my speakers they can read the chat and they can stop the conversation anytime they wish to. Thank you so much, Hannibal, for basically letting me know. SK, I love you guys. Thank you so much for the raid. I don't have the alerts on right now to where I can actually pay attention to. I've minimized my Discord DMs. I've minimized the Twitch chat to take feedback when I do these Outfit War breakdowns, that we focus on the audible, we focus on the notes. We don't distract people that want to actually, get to the bottom line on what we believe Outfit War should be. So thank you so much, SKL. I love you guys. They're from Emerald. Check them out, guys. Can't wait to basically, we did an SKL spotlight. We're going to basically do more spotlights coming up when we have the signups open up. Keep up the good work, guys. They're from Emerald, guys. Go check them out. VS. Who's the one that raided me, do you know?
I believe it was Tayashi.
Tayashi, man. Thank you so much, buddy. If you guys don't
Drac,
know Tayashi is right now streaming, go check him out, guys.
I was already done, so it's whoever's next.
Ah, cool. That's me then. Ah, nice. Yeah, I mean, having a referee, in theory, would be a good thing. You have referees in other matches. It is coming down to that. Again, do they understand the server politics they understand what a double team actually is? Do they understand when a double team's actually happening and when it's just looks like it's happening? Because I mean that's Planetside, right? And you have to take note of the Pigs recursion game again. That's not your traditional sort of double team that happens. That doesn't happen every day. So yeah, I mean it's about that. My honest thoughts on the matter are I don't think necessarily it would be a bad thing to have someone, a caster even, or just someone, an observer camera, taking footage for the game. So if there is some sort of threats of collusion or any thoughts of that, they'll be able to review that footage and really actually delve into what happened.
Am I next?
Yep.
Yes.
I don't think a formal referee is needed. I think as long as we have someone casting the game that's keeping a record of everything that happened, any sort of penalties can be laid out after the match is over. Again, I'm more of a proactive solution kind of guy where I think that the ideas that I had and that Zealous had last time, if implemented, would mitigate a lot of the problems that we're seeing with any sort of malicious double teaming or people not playing for first place or people just trying to make another outfit lose. Yeah, that's what I have to say on that.
And I like to add at the end, even though I wasn't on the list for this question.
Please.
Essentially, all I want to say is that it doesn't matter what you guys try to do to police double teams. It will just always happen. Sometimes it happens naturally, which is a tactical move. Sometimes it happens because of spite. And sometimes it happens because of ranking positions and you make deals with other teams. But like there is no proper way to completely stop it. And I feel like if we had referees, what the referee like actual job would be really good for is to stop people from trying to use blatant hacks like wall hacks or aim hacks, or they're spinning around 360 just wiping the entire server. But in terms of like a referee for like a double team, I'm just going to be honest, you won't be able to police that ever. It probably won't ever be policed properly, or that someone that would know the context and be able to I can't even say the word differentiate English, please. Disenfranchise if it's like natural or not.
Mm-hmm.
So that's just my 2 cents on it.
Can I say one more thing real fast?
Please.
I just wanted to reiterate what Bodo was saying. Double teaming is a part of this game. There are certain times where you're supposed to get double teamed and you're supposed to double team the other faction, especially if they're winning or they have a lot of territory. The idea is not to stop double teaming. It's to stop malicious double teaming that aren't in the sense of good sportsmanship and competition. That's what we're talking about here. And the specificity is important.
Well said. I think you're right. I'm going to basically have my opinion come in clear.
Would like to...
Go ahead. I'll say it
Yeah,
after.
okay, so it's like, well, I come from a law background, and so in law you separate between the object, at least, in German law, since I'm German, you separate between the action and the intent. So that's the difference between, manslaughter and murder, for example, right? We all know that. And I think that if you look at it in that manner, then, just like Odegon just said, that you have the intention of the team matter, where a clear tactical advantage is not being used to make the other team lose, for example. You don't need to know server politics to read that on the map. That happened I can reckon in more than one match outside of the Connery match, and I think for that, there should be a clear rule defining what unsportsmanlike behavior is, including that, and then you have the referee whose job is to interpret that rule based on the match he saw. And while I'm sure that most of the time that won't happen, and natural double teaming is actually a good thing. Like, if you have a stack fit, then it would be, I would say very questionable if you don't double team them. But, you kind of steal away the competition when you just ignore the other front, right? That's the thing that people don't like. I think it's not that the conscious tactical decision is something that should be punishable, but the actual intent of it's win trading essentially. You say that, oh, I don't want to, I don't care as long as those guys don't make it. That kind of mindset should be punishable, because it's not a competition then.
So to clarify this, just to make sure we're on the same page, when it's publicly available, when it's caught outright, that's frowned upon, and that's when the punishment should occur. When it's seen in the match where two different factions are not shooting each other and clearly identifying that there's a mosquito and a reaver or a scythe physically crossing paths and not shooting.
Well,
when we see that kind of collusion,
base it. Yeah, I would base it mostly off of the map data, because that's the most concise thing you have. I can, for example, while I don't think people should be punished retrospectively, obviously, for obvious reasons, but if you look, for example, at the Cobalt match against Reapers and Bling, and for example, and EU, you could see a clear disparity between the fights happening, especially during the end. Reapers might have actually been able to win the game if they went, if they zero-based EU, right? But they didn't. And now, like I said, I don't think people should be punished retrospectively, but I think within a new rule set, that should be something that should be looked at, right? I don't know what happened in Fallen God's head. I know he doesn't like us, and a logical consequence out of that might have been that he, said, well, we can't win this. Let's make sure that those guys for sure don't win it. And I don't know. Don't think that's incorrigible behavior in that extent. For example, without it was a purely objective example. I'm not saying that they should be punished. Or
I just want to make sure I clarify this, that he was using as an example. He is not saying RE4 did that on purpose. I did hear from Wolkenwan that it was basically not their intention. If it looked like that, it was just a tough competition overall. That is not basically what happened at that match. There was matches that we've seen, you all know from Connery, that actually did happen. And so using those examples are more proficient than...
Yeah, there are different cases. There are different cases of it happening. Yeah, for sure. It's a gradient. Like, there is clear setup double teaming. There's some gray matter in between, which was whatever we saw, on Saturday. And then there is, like, the natural thing that happens, right? But we would need a referee to make out the borders there if we have a rule on it, I think.
I think more clarity when Outfit Wars does get delivered properly would help, because I think everybody loves rules to a certain extent. They would like to know that there is some sort of balancing for people to act upon it, because everybody loves to break the game however they can. That is something that we all enjoy in games. Finding that one specific technique that no one else knows, that could be a glitch. Right now, there's an example is the wall jumping. It's part of the game now, instead of patching those walls. So, again, referees, let's basically go quick. Can I get a yes, no real fast? Overall, we don't have to specify it, but do we all agree that referees, based on during the match, should only have the ability to remove obvious hackers that teleport or things that do not look like it's part of the game?
Yes.
Yes. That should be their primary objective.
That is all we basically can all agree to. Smitty, same thing?
Smitty's had to step away from him.
I agree.
Okay, thank you. I didn't
I agree. I didn't go yet.
Okay. So, thank you, guys. That's what we basically agree on. I don't know if we should make a poll on that. Chat, I'm going to bring you in real quick. If you guys think I need to make a poll on this one, I'll type it up. I just think it'll be a waste of time. But let's go to chat real quick. Chat, do you guys all believe that referees should only have that ability just to remove specific hackers in the game when we see them do clipping, things that are like going through walls? Okay, it looks like if I can bring the chat in time. I hate this thing. There we go.
It happens.
There it is. So chat, you're back in. So overall, I've got from Spartan Zero saying yes. Nanosure says yes. Lolfire. Solaron says yes. I'm assuming one means yes. And Tependa. Bink. Thank you. Awesome. Alright, so then we're going to go ahead and move to the next one. And as far as referees, what Schmitty said, I think more rule sets from the developers overall would help with not having referees. So we can always have the casters or the people watching the match, and you guys watching our footage would be able to act as a referee to showcase that to the devs so they can make a decision. So they don't have to sit there and spend resources watching these matches or have people... I think the footage from Twitch is enough, or YouTube streaming, whoever that wants to basically have streaming platforms. is enough for everyone to act as a referee as long as there's rules in place. Do you all agree?
Oh yeah,
Yep.
I agree. Can I add one thing to that, Archie?
Yeah, I just want to make
And
sure.
I have to go after
yes.
I add this. Thank you so much for having me. The one thing I wanted to say was, besides just rules, just the proper incentives. So just to paint a picture for you, the last match that we did was super competitive and super close, but in the final like couple of minutes, one of the other factions was playing for second place, and it kind of made it so that we got the win, honestly, because they were playing for second place. And if they had straight up attacked us, we probably wouldn't have won that. And so it's just about making incentives. You shouldn't have an incentive to try to shoot for second place. And I'm saying that as someone who got a win because of this system. I'd rather have gotten the loss and it be a little bit more competitive, honestly.
Sometimes it
This
comes
is
down
actually
to
very correct.
sometimes it comes down to individual outfit skill as well. In that sense, it's sometimes you only need that second place to actually get through. You should try to win, but if it comes towards the end of the game and you're going, okay, we're not going to win this, you're going to fight for second place, and that could appear as a double team.
Well, yeah, that's why I was mentioning it. Is like, if you didn't watch the whole match, you'd be like, what the heck is this outfit doing? Why are they double teaming? Why aren't they double teaming KN1 and why are they double teaming the other outfit? But they were not doing this maliciously. They were just playing within the way the system is designed. And that's why I wanted to bring it up. Like, they didn't do the wrong thing by doing it. It's just if we want to disincentivize that, we need to have different parameters for the game. Archie, thank you so much for having me. You guys are all great. I have to run though. I'll definitely try to hop in on the next one.
Yep, of course. Thank you so much, everybody.
See you,
Huge
mate.
round of applause over.
Have a good night, guys.
Thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you.
Thanks for being here.
Actually, Archie, that brings up a point. Do you want to get to the meat and potatoes of the topic, or do you want to?
We can go jump into the next one. That was quick. Expedition matches. We can basically go and have everybody say quick yes. If you have a no reason, we'll have you talk for it, because I don't think everybody needs to have an opinion on the next one. We'll go ahead and basically drop in. Topic number 5. Very, very simple one. The ability to do exhibition matches on Desolation during Outfit Wars during the week means that you sign up your team, random outfits can sign up at the same time. You can ask them on Discord, TeamSpeak, hey, 4 p.m. let's sign up at the same time, and we can match each other up. Do you guys want this? Everybody in chat, I'll just basically have you guys basically go with a yes-no example real quick, and then let's start with Hannibal Salamander's quick yes or no, and if you have a no, please speak. If you say yes, we don't need to know your opinion on it. Hannibal? Then we're going to Salamander?
Yes.
Sorry.
Perfect. Hannibal, do you have a thought on that?
I think exhibition matches, yeah. I think we should do them. I think
Awesome.
that'd be awesome. It'd be fun.
Perfect. Drac?
I actually don't think there should be exhibition matches.
Awesome. Hold on to your thought. Zolfer?
Ultimately, yes.
Thunderstorm?
I think a chance to have it once, but other than that, not, no.
Your chance at it once, so that means if there's a predetermined time at 4 p.m., let's assume Wednesday is at 5 p.m. Every day, only for your server, at 5 p.m. you can sign up. And it's anybody wishes to sign up, you all get to have that expedition match. Like, it's a specific time. One day a week, you can practice on that timing. Or maybe Tuesday, or I don't know when. But the point is, yes, and as far as how they think about it, it's on them. So yes for Thunderstorm. Bodofet?
I'll be quite honest, it depends on how it's implemented, so I'm kind of like in between. I
I'll
can't
come
really
back
give
to
an
you and
answer.
Drac. No problem. Schmitty?
Yeah, I actually agree with that. On the face of it, I'd say it's a good idea, but it would have to be implemented correctly. And by correctly, I mean, like, it shouldn't be open publicly all the time for everyone. There should be, like, maybe, have like you have the competitive outfit wars happening at, like, 2 times a year or whatever they make it up, and then maybe have like a casual version of it where if enough people sign up, you can go there.
Okay.
Something like that. That doesn't really have any rewards. It's just to go there and fool around, and if you have enough people, it opens up. Something like that. That would be reasonable.
I'm going to keep my thought. I want to add to that. If I don't add to yours, Schmitty, can you remind me? Let's go to Drac.
Yeah, I don't think I don't think I would like exhibition matches for the simple fact that I think it would dilute the specialness of the map, especially considering we have a bunch of other very unused map assets in the form of Culture and the Battle Islands that I would rather have drawn more attention to than putting more time into dragging players onto Desolation outside of tournament times. It's mostly that I don't want to dilute the specialness of getting to go to Desolation, because people would probably put a good deal less value in it if we were able to go onto it every week, or if every outfit could schedule a match against 2 other outfits and then go fight on it. But that's just, I mean, that's just my own personal opinion. I probably wouldn't make use of it if it was there. So
no, it makes sense. I think it's similar. It's similar to I don't know how to explain it, but imagine you guys are trying to play a new game together, all of you in chat around the world, and your friend decides to do research on the game or does an abundance of effort to get a higher advantage before the start of the game, and then now the two of you that were supposed to experience that experience together kind of from the start is no longer fresh. Kind of basically spoils it if somebody's in there every single day.
I had a wee thought. Sorry to interrupt, Arshee. I had a wee thought about that. Exhibition matches ultimately, yes, a good thing, but potentially having them down in an off season and not around the same time. I think a big thing about Outfit Wars, and someone said this in the chat, is not so much preparing for the map, but preparing for the team play and preparing for the what ifs. And if you have that chance to play on the map, it sort of again takes that speciality out of it and the what ifs. What are they going to do? What are they going to do? You know.
Got it. So you're saying no to it, or you're saying yes?
I'm saying yes ultimately, but maybe not within the same time that the competitive games are being taken place. You know. So we can't wean out other outfits strategy.
I think that all the strategy that could be enabled is able to be learned by observing the map. Just you don't necessarily and then team playing on live, because a lot of it is coordination and a lot of it can be learned by playing on live and then applying those methods to Desolation. Because high level alert play on prime time does share a lot in terms of force commanding for a Desolation match. Anyway, sorry, Schmitty, I cut you off there. You can go now.
No, I fully agree with what has been said, but high alert play differs so highly from outfit to outfit. Like, if T wants to, we can just march across the map because it's funny, and, you know, for other outfits that would be considered, like, high alert gameplay, and it's like, yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's a benchmark. I think just like let people go on there on off season if they gather enough people. I think that would be cool. You know, just use the same system that would set up to sign people up for Outfit Wars, right? The 48 people or so, and like just repurpose it so that if you have more than 48 people, you can just go on there. Why not? Like, you know, as long as it's off season, while it's happening, I think nobody should go on there. Apart of obviously from the people playing it.
So the next question is, just to add to this, and then we can change, just so I can make sure I'm on the same page. PTS or live server exhibition matches?
Live server.
Live, of course. Yeah,
live server.
Chat. What about you guys, chat? I have all the speakers saying live server. I haven't heard one person say PTS. Again, this is not forcing the RPG or Daybreak to basically make a decision. This is our opinion. If they wish to basically comment on anything that we've said, they can help us understand a bit better on how it won't work. And we'll fully have that understanding. This is just our
generally,
opinion.
Arshee, the more we get, the more things we get incorporated into the live environment where people don't have to leave the main Planetside client and go into other things, the better. Because that's the best way to streamline it and make it as accessible as possible. So if there is supposed to be exhibition matches, putting them on PTS would just put up another barrier. It's another game for people to download. And they have to set up more characters and they organize 48 people to get onto PTS, which even the devs have problems doing. So
okay.
It's mostly
just
that.
By logistics alone, I think PTS is just not an option for this, if it's ever gonna happen.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and basically next question. I think we're good to go. I think chat, we don't need to basically have that vote unless if somebody has a specific reason. I have chat open right now. And we're going to start with the next question. If you have a specific reason that we should basically continue on topic 5, let me know. We're just trying to pass it. We could go forward now. Topic 6, does NSO have a place in Alpha Wars? And we're going to basically start with Thunderstorm.
Well, my personal opinion is pretty much just going to be depending on the result of the NSO rework coming in. Pretty much how the NSO rework goes, and like with the apparent main battle tank and ESF coming into the game, I feel like there could be a space for NSO outfits to be able to just have like a 4-way fight, making it a little bit more even between, like, instead of like the standard 3-way, having like a 4-way fight. In the end, like, especially with the rework coming, I think NSO is gonna gain a lot more popularity because, well, first of all, like, non-members will have access to them, and second of all, like, the members themselves are able to choose the faction they want to play on. So I think, in my personal opinion, it could be worth a try to see how it goes. But in the end, it will be really up to the community because, like, if NSO doesn't get a lot more players than they have right now, it's going to be difficult to get like an outfit on NSO with 40 players into it.
Well said, thank you. Let's go over to from Storm. We're gonna go to Drac.
Yeah, in regards to, I'm with that on that one. That I can't really make a concrete statement until we're completely gotten a full reveal on what the NSO rework is going to be. Because if NSO is going to remain the faction whose purpose is to be the lowest pop and support whichever faction is currently having the lowest amount of population, then I don't think that format would serve well as an outfit standard to sign up and fight for a faction. And if it's going to contain, and again, I fully believe it's going to remain a 1v1v1, where on the faction list would they sign up? Would they be signed up as an NC or a VS outfit? Would they be able to switch around the listings for whoever loses? For example, if an NC team doesn't have enough points, but now NC don't have enough teams, they get moved from the VS listing over to the NC. There's a lot of logistics regarding how those outfits work that think it's going to be more headache than what it's worth for NF to put NSO in as a playable faction in Outfit Wars. But again, it's all speculation, because until we have something concrete, I can't really make a proper statement.
Thank you.
So
next, we're gonna go over to Zulfer.
Ultimately, unless the NSO gets a real fundamental rework and they become a legitimate fourth faction within the thing, I don't believe they have any place on it. I say that based on the fact that they, unless they get a fully decent MBT, main battle tank, so the Vanguard, the what are they called? the Mag Rider and the Prowler. Sorry, went blank for a second. Or they get an ESF, Empire Specific Fighter, Reaver, Scythe, or Mosquito. I don't think that they're going to have any sort of competitive place in there. But we'll see what happens from the rework, and even if they do get all that stuff, it's whether or not that there's going to be 48 players even on any server to be able to compete for them.
There's a way that basically we're saying use NSO to fill in spots that we're missing, having a reserve space so people from NSOs can jump in. But that can also cause havoc, but we don't know. That means random players' signups can actually be in a queue joining another team's outfit war.
For like backup, for like fill-ins, that would be really interesting. So if they have not enough people show up, they get, here's your backup.
Yep. And that's the whole idea of NSO, is that you're sitting there as mercenaries just signing up to basically fill in the empty spots when you click that button, and NSO fill in the spots. But of course that can also be sabotage too if people want to basically get in there to destroy a specific outfit. Mm-hmm. That's where referees come in to make sure they ban accounts. But that's going to cause more problems. Yes.
Hey Archie, I just gotta say I had a fantastic time, but I do have to go. I might be able to come back for like the last topic, but I will be away.
Thank you so much, Bodafet. I appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by, guys. Huge claps and chats, guys, for Bodafet. Thank you so much. Let's go ahead and get to topic number 7. Unless if you guys want to add anything else to topic 6.
No, not really.
Thank you so much. Topic 7. The loyalty system and outfit rewards. Here's some examples. Is loyalty 3 too high? Does the system force players to stay in the outfits? Does it need to be too low? Does it need to be like the level 1 or included in the idea to join outfit wars? Currently it's set up at level 3 just to enter. There were some outfits on Soltech that just did not have their new players grind enough before the Outfit Wars began to understand it. But this could be a problem right now because of the way it was implemented. In the future, this can be really low or easy to obtain. This is just my current opinion. Let's hear the answer from the speakers. And then here's another one. The system currently forces players to stay in outfits if you remove the loyalty rank from outfit members who really grinded hard to get to a high loyalty rank just to have a specific tool in the loyalty department. So I'd like to hear your opinion on examples 1, and then here's example 2. Player-specific rewards or outfit-specific rewards for winning. Why is that important? Why do they put that in there? It's because if it's player-specific rewards, stacking becomes an issue to a certain degree that allows the single player with his character to obtain that knife or to obtain that specific weapon or gear for their character and move back to their original outfit. Or if it's specific to that outfit and the outfit gets the reward only. As far as what those rewards are, I have no idea. Maybe they have an attachment attached to their backs. They get to wear capes. I'm making stuff up. Just showcase that they won as gold, silver, and bronze, and then having additional equipment or banners only for outfits. What are your thoughts? Let's go ahead and start with, I believe, Salamander.
Hi. Before I get into my opinion, I want to present where I'm coming from because it's a little bit unique in this. As I said during my introduction, I am currently platoon leading and helping to organise the Terran Cobalt Alliance, which is currently called Section Francophone, but we've changed the tag to 2TKA to mark who we are now, which is an alliance of 8 TR and NC outfits from Cobalt who didn't have enough members individually to take part in Outfit Wars, but had members who wanted to take part in Outfit Wars. An important thing to notice, we're not a stack fit. We have, I think, 75 players. We've been very careful to make sure that all 75 of those players get the chance to play at least once. Doesn't matter their skill level. We have people from all sorts of levels, from very competitive outfits down to very casual outfits, and we're taking the chance to make sure that each of them get a chance to play. If they were to raise the amount of loyalty needed to something that actually forced you to have continuous loyalty in an outfit, that would kill what we're trying to do, which is trying to open up outfit wars to smaller outfits and individuals from smaller outfits. On the example 1 question, loyalty free isn't a problem. You can grind that in 3 to 4 hours of a platoon dropping on bases and stealing caps. We did it. We've managed to grind someone from loyalty 1.5 up to loyalty 3 in less than an hour, because they turned up on the game day and didn't have loyalty free yet. It's doable. You have to try, you have to support your teammates, and it was one hell of a heart in the throat moment, but it is doable. On the player-specific rewards versus outfit-specific rewards, I do think that it has to remain player-specific, because there are not enough outfits that have 48 members who will turn up without calling in allies, without calling in mercenaries, because a lot of outfits have their very own customs, and we can't just merge on the spot. You need to bring in people from different groups, especially on the European servers. I don't know how it is on the American servers, but there are none of these there are only a handful of these big groups that can compete on their own. So it really has to be player specific. Otherwise, you're just excluding a vast amount of the player base. Anyway, sorry about going on a long time on that one. That was the one I really cared about. So I'll pass on down to Bodofat.
Well, the man is gone. I'm gonna just take over his role real quick because, I decided to instead say something as well.
Yeah.
Personally, I feel like there should be a system with a little time frame of people joining in, but that's going to depend when Outfit Wars is announced. I personally I'm a big enemy of stack fits because I personally feel like it's a different thing if you just group up with people that you like and you're just with friends and you want to have fun and such. But actually getting a bunch of people together with an above average KD, above average gameplay, stuff like that is just for me a rigging of the Outfit Wars. And just it's an unfair advantage for those guys.
We'll go more in depth on that on number 8. But that is if that's no problem. I have that exact question on number 8. But if it does coincide, no problem. Go ahead.
And yeah, talking about the rewards, pretty much I think the outfit in general could get a little bit more, like especially in-game assets, because I feel like it's a little empty for like certain outfits, just grinding for like 4 weeks in a row, then getting disqualified, and then just getting like one orbital strike, a citadel shield as such. I feel like there could be a little bit more in there than it is currently, but otherwise than that, I'm good with it. So I'm gonna just pass it on.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I guess it's me next in the line, I suppose.
Yep.
Okay. Well, since we're talking about stack fits in the next question, I'll reserve most of my answers to Thunder right now. Since I'm part of a dirty stack fit.
Make sure you wash your hands.
But, yeah, they're always dirty. Can't rub it off. Okay, I think loyalty is just an absolute. Like, it doesn't mean anything. I think loyalty is. It's nice that they went with some benchmark. I don't think it does anything. I think that the most reasonable approach to it would be to tie rewards to the actual outfit / alliance, if that becomes a thing, and then to have that time gated, as in like after, I don't know, a year or so, or let's say half a year, the rewards become character bound, because nobody wants to, like, let's say, T wins the outfit wars, and then an update comes out that we don't like, and then the outfit kind of dies out, or people don't play anymore, and then you kind of have to you have to be like, you have to stick with a dead outfit just so you can keep your rewards. I think that after a certain time frame they should become account bound, and that's it. And I think there should be like outfit bound in the first place, from the beginning. That just seems like the logical route for me. But it shouldn't be permanently bound to outfits. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Let's go to the next.
Drac is next.
I'm with Smitty on this one. I don't believe the loyalty system has any effect in limiting players. The only players we had were Sal described that had the issue that they didn't have they signed up for Alpha Wars but didn't have the loyalty on the day. That's just because they hadn't logged in for over a week. And I feel like at that point that's just the player. Because getting loyalty 3 is so easy that it's not enough of a benchmark to keep players out. Nor is there a consequence because since I left the 95th outfit with my main character to join T2K for the outfit wars section. There's no penalty, there's nothing I lose of value by leaving the 95th to hop over quickly and then hopping back once outfit wars is over. Because I was loyalty rank 9-ish on the 95ths, and there's no there's nothing you gain from that's where you would consider, oh, but if I leave, I lose this thing I really like. So if they want to do something with the loyalty system, tying something important gameplay-wise or something you really can get attached to the loyalty system that you will lose if you leave the outfit would definitely put a hamper on things. Alternatively, setting up a join times frame so that once Outfit Wars the season starts, once the Outfit Wars season starts, you can no longer make new accounts, and even if you make new accounts and join other outfits, you can't join in as players. I'm not talking other characters. I'm talking completely new accounts. You can't join new outfits once the time frame is up and then participate in Desolation. They have to be signed up in that. They have to be in the outfit once that sign up is done. Granted, it would just push things back if such a thing is coordinated, but that's all.
Just to add to this, again, I'm a kind of a player back in the day that would break the system as much as I could because that is something that I traditionally see, and this is what's going to be an advantage for a lot of players. Once you know what the system's designed, you're just going to make 5 accounts. You're going to make sure each of your accounts are locked into each outfit, and you're already locked in. You already know that you're going to be on Emerald, you're going to be on Connery, you're going to be on Miller. You're already in those outfits. You can sit there and leave your character with loyalty rank. The loyalty, what is it called? There's a thing that happens if you don't play the game for a while. Loyalty goes down.
Loyalty decays.
Loyalty decay.
I mean,
You're-
over a week you can lose.
So
Over a week you can easily lose a bunch of ranks. If you don't play actively on those characters, you will lose it.
Right. I don't personally play right now, and so I wouldn't consider myself a veteran player at the level that you guys are at that you're describing. I do understand the game very thoroughly, but as far as basically playing to know how long it takes to get to loyalty 3 from a noob level, a new person to a player of your guys' caliber, are we catering this to the new players? Are we catering this to the elites? Because the loyalty system sounds like to me we're catering to elites and level 3 is too low for those who want to jump around. And if we made it any higher, all it's going to do is make them make multiple accounts. How long does the loyalty decay should be? So that way they can't go and make 15 accounts, join 8 different outfits to enjoy all the different Outfit Wars aspects, and make it to where within 24 hours that loyalty is gone, within 1 week it's gone during the actual Outfit Wars. How does that work? And that is something that should be relooked at, yes or no?
I think I wanted to jump in here. Technically I got skipped.
Oh, you did.
These
You skipped.
Europeans,
Yes, thank you.
these Europeans cannot be against me, dude.
I'm so
Oh,
sorry.
sorry, Ford.
Yeah, we just saw it. I clicked on it and made sure I get back to you. Go ahead.
It's okay, it's totally fine. I just want to jump in on that because you raised a point there, Arshee, about people grinding out loyalty 3. And as someone who has played with a different outfit, and Outfit Wars, Fannibal Horge in 22 BT, and I had a whole cadre of 2RAF with me. I got my loyalty level 3 on a new account in 1.5 hours. It was very easy. And I think the one thing that I've learned in terms of how to best impede that is actually to ignore loyalty completely. Limited by battle rank. Make it limited to like battle rank 50 plus, and I guarantee you that you're going to see a massive decay in people stacking outfits or making ults because no one has the time to do that in a normal work week. Battle rank 50 is not easy. They're going to have to be playing for like 24, 48 hours that week alone just to get up in time to play with that other outfit. And on top of that, if you...
Sorry,
No
I
problem.
don't think that's correct.
You can come in right after.
Even, yeah, I know, but even though that's a logical assessment, it's important to note that that's actually not correct. We in T have many people that grinded out battle rank 50 in about a week or 2 or so. That's totally doable. Like you just
said 5-0
gotta
or
be
15?
good enough. No, 50.
Okay, got
50,
it.
5-0. Yeah.
5-0.
Got it. So it's not enough.
I mean, make it higher then. Make it battle rank 80.
No.
But
that would destroy a lot of outfits from even competing. But again, we're talking about players equivalent to T, and we're also talking about the new players as well. We don't have a solution. We're here just making some examples up, and we're also going to rebuttal on this. So sorry about that, Hannibal. If he basically cut you off, it wasn't
My bad. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
It wasn't disrespectful. He just wanted to basically make sure he clarifies that. Now, Hannibal, that was a good idea, but again, we're just going to keep going back and forth, and if it gets to a point where we need to change the subject, I'll leave this up for 3 minutes. Go ahead, guys, continue.
Well, what I was going to say, just I didn't want to focus too much on the minutiae of how to prevent people, because the battle rank thing was just kind of something I thought of on the spot. And of course, battle rank 80 is ridiculously high. I agree. When it comes to the reward system, if we can get a little bit back more on topic on that, and how that correlates to people's joining stack fits, or rather people making new accounts and joining other outfits to play with them. I actually don't know if there's a way to really police that other than to simply say straight up either it is against the rules or it isn't. And if it isn't against the rules, then it doesn't matter. Because at that point, the loyalty system's a formality. You can get that in a day or less. And it really doesn't. It's a gateway that has no bearing as a gateway. And if the intention of the developers, which I'd never think to speak for Rel or his team, if the intention of the developers is to try and mitigate people doing this, then they have to find a different way to do so. Because either they have to lock Outfit Wars to an IP, which again can still be bypassed, or something else needs to be done, because locking into Daybreak account doesn't work. Locking into a battle rank is going to exclude people, and locking into a loyalty level is unsustainable. Unless you make it at loyalty level 8, but even then, it's not unattainable if you have the time and the determination. And even then, it could exclude newer players, because loyalty level 8 is ridiculous even for veteran players. It's I don't know. There's no real good answers, and those rewards are juicy. But at this point, I feel like alting is just going to be part of Outfit Wars. It's going to be a thing we have to expect. We can't really find a way around that.
I think you're right about that because there's a couple things here. If I play another MMO and I made a level 60 character on World of Warcraft, I can be in another outfit doing a raid. I can make an alliance character on another account. You just have to pay your $15 a month fee, and they're okay with you doing whatever. They're getting paid for all those accounts because it's free to play. That's where the problem occurs because you can just have a ton of people come in. If it did cost money, I think we wouldn't mind them basically doing that because now they're supporting the game at the same time, kicking my butt. It's like, what do we do?
I think. Oh yeah, no, sorry, I didn't mean to interject.
Please,
Go ahead. Okay. Well, Hannibal, were you finished, or because I think I cut you off a little bit. I didn't mean to.
I appreciate that, Smitty. No, I'm pretty much just gonna concisely summarize what I was saying. There's no real way to stop people alting. I do want to talk more about the rewards, but we're on this topic right now, so I'll wait for that. And I think we have to accept that people making new accounts and playing with other outfits is just going to be part of the Outfit Wars meta. It's going to be a wild card part of the meta, and we're just going to have to accept it because there's no conceivable way to stop it right now that is fair to newer players, because otherwise you're gatekeeping them from participating as well, and that's not fair to them. So, as always, salty vets are making things hard for people, but this is Planetside, so what's new?
Can I just chime in on the last of that before we go into the loyalty system? I had a bit of a hot take on the whole idea. While the loyalty system we've agreed doesn't work, and restricting it to daybreak accounts or blah 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 doesn't work, what if we go the opposite way and we actually enable the players to have some sort of transfer window or contracting between, if you European guys will know, in the football season you have players go on contract to other football teams for a period of time. So maybe we consider giving them the ability to go, okay, so there's this guy who's good, this outfit who's got a good air force, but this outfit doesn't have an air force. They can go on loan to that outfit within a certain sign-up page to actually enable that kind of behavior rather than trying to prevent it. And I think we'll see less huge stacking that way because people are less trying to break the rules. You give them a platform to do it on. A hot take, but...
So, just to give you guys an idea, I'm going to give it to Schmitty now. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. I think Sulfur, while playing Devil's Advocate, actually does something really important. And I think that this is being treated like an actual huge problem to be solved. But, coming from the stack fit side, or even though this word is pretty much lost all meaning in my world, but, we can talk about that later. Okay, well, I think that Outfit Wars is meant to showcase outfits and the spectacle that is Planetside. Now, you can disagree with me on that, but I think on a surface level analysis, that's what it is, even though it might not be intended that way. The shoutcasting and whatnot, I like to look at it like it's like a gladiator arena, and people, go in there and fight, and it's more for the spectacle, and that's why everybody should try to win and just bring on a good show, And I think that coming from that perspective, rewards should be for sure attached to the outfit. And if ringing happens, or stacking, or however you want to call it, if people fill in slots that they normally don't occupy, then the logical consequence would be that they'd have to stick with that community to keep the rewards. And I think that that's all there needs to be. If you're just in there to go, kick some bottoms, then essentially it's, then that's all you do, and then you don't get to keep the rewards. It's that simple, right? And then it's just for the fun of it, and I don't think that should be discouraged. As soon as you start trying to legislate that, I think you go way, way, way too deep on a problem that's really not game-changing, in my opinion. I know that people on Cobalt, like that we had Bling Air Force ring for Urge because they didn't have enough members. Urge still lost that match, and it's just how things go. I think that that's a completely fine thing to do. It's just that Bling shouldn't keep the rewards for it because they're not an Urge. Simple as that.
Yeah, that's actually a really fair point that you make there. Yeah, and I mean it's just about down to the fact. I think that's going to happen one way or another. But if you make an easy, clear way for it to enable to happen, and this is coming from No Fear, an outfit who's able to field a full team of 48 from our own ranks, not necessarily the best 48. But we are able to field a team, and I personally would rather have a full team to fight against, even if they do have what you call them ringers or stacking the team on the other team. I'd rather fight a full match.
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree.
Let's go ahead and move to the next question if you guys are okay with that.
Yeah.
This is probably the most juiciest subject. It's going to make probably
We've basically already gone into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm about to bring up the next subject that is practically that subject that you guys are probably going to be talking about in chat. So we're going to bring chat back in a second. I'm going to make some disclaimers before I show the subject, remove topic number 7, and say a couple things here. This platform is not intended to force people to have an opinion in one direction or another. It's to identify what is Alpha Wars to you. How do we want to basically have this become a fun event for everybody? The identification of unsportsmanlike behavior is coming up next. Should Alpha Wars be held to a higher standard? We're going to be talking about unsportsmanlike behavior, grieving, stacking teams, double teaming, and etc. More topics on that one. And we're going to make a vote poll to understand what you guys are intending on. Is stacking a problem? Is double teaming in the light that we saw in Connery frowned upon? We already have a statement from Rel, which is frowned upon. Unsportsmanlike behavior, such as not showing up when you do sign up 48. There's so many different concepts and conversations here. Each and every single one of these individuals want to have a subject that matter on this. So we're going to go in depth on it, and then I'll come to you, chat. I'll come over to you two. We're going to basically bring the chat inside and have you guys talk to me with your @ArsheeTV. And then I'm going to have a chance to basically tell you my points of view if you want my personal opinion. If you don't @ my name at the end of these conversations from these speakers, that goes to show you don't care about my opinion. And I don't need to say anything. This is a speaker role for these outfit leaders and representatives who actually signed up on Monday on time. I had it publicly open with an @Planetside 2 ping on ArsheeTV's Discord. If you wish to be a part of these speaking positions, you need to get involved. I can't chase you. So if you want to be in a speaking position and you're able to represent yourself as a positive and respectful individual, you will be here. If you cause any trolling for me on these platforms, I will remove you. And so that's all I can do to support the Planetside 2 community, is that you've been so supportive to me, maintaining positivity, respect, family friendly, and TOS. I will have this platform open to you guys every Sunday. But if a single individual wants to basically sabotage it, this is the current format from the last Sunday mistake I made. I hope this has basically been really beneficial for everybody here to learn a little bit about some of these speakers and the representatives. So that means each of these individuals have private conversations with hundreds of players on their own time. Come here and have that validated argument between every different type of server that's representing here, which is really cool. So once again,
I have 2 questions
yes,
before we continue on this topic.
Mm-hmm.
First one would be, what does it mean? What's the higher standard? Because that kind of refers as if there's something to compare it to. And now I'm assuming that would be like an ESL sport-like event or something like that.
Yep, there was
yeah. Okay. And the second question would be, if the trolling that you're describing would involve you going bald.
Oh no!
This is a hot.
I'm not gonna cast Alpha Wars next week if that's the problem, but I do have to stick to it.
Oh no!
If you guys feel embarrassed by the idea that I just shaved my head, that was my mistake. I stick to something and I let it as a poll. I want to learn more about what should I do with my haircut, my style. I was poking my eyes in the workout. And I listened to chat. I was super tired, 7 a.m. I had 2 hours of sleep. And as soon as I sent it through, the votes went insane. I could have retracted it, but I thought I can actually get the community to support me to vote for my hair to stay. And it seems like the internet is not to be trusted.
Arshee, you should. It's a tried and true lesson that you should never let the public have an end.
I honestly believe the internet would save me, and it didn't save me. So
I sounded the horn on all the Discords I was on to get.
I swear to God, Shitty, you're so sick.
There was an
again-
internet poll to name a boat, and they named it Bodie McBoatface. You can't trust the internet.
God, I'm
Yeah.
so stupid.
Pretty accurate name for a boat. I don't know, man.
I
They
will-
also
I-
named the bridge Chuck Norris because no one crosses Chuck Norris.
so
You
bad.
can't let the internet do anything.
I know. Now I know. I'm a super boomer, and I'm gonna shave
You
my
hear
head
about
because
the
that's
AI
gonna teach
though?
me forever now that I made that mistake. But moving forward, so we don't get
Well-
off track here, because we need to focus on these
Yeah,
subjects, and then we'll talk at the end. Again, if I do disrespect you guys on your outfit wars with my head being bald because you're used to me having hair, I will have a poll in my Discord again. Should I wear a wig, a beanie, or be bald? And that's
You could always
the
get a wig.
vote from you guys on my community, on my cast, on my show, to do so for you guys. So if you guys want me to basically cast in these 3 different formats or more, there's an ArsheeTV feedback channel in my Discord. I listen to you guys. So if you guys don't post anything, then your voice will never be heard. So I'm sorry, again, if I've offended you. It's not my intention.
Bald Arsha with mascara so you really make those eyes pop.
I swear to God. There's no way I'm turning myself into a clown. Oh my God. Alright. Now, let's go focus on the subject here, you sick. I hate you guys. Outfit wars should be held to a higher standard. Let's go and basically understand the idea here, guys. Higher standard means that everybody coming into Outfit Wars, from my opinion, this question was brought to you by a community member. I don't know specifically who. I love you for bringing it up. It's a good idea. Is that a lot of people think that this is equivalent to esports, equivalent to MLG, and they're taking it that seriously, which in my opinion, I don't think that's true. I think it is a competitive-based environment that makes players who traditionally didn't take the live server seriously in a way that makes them want to try to be more proficient at their class. Means that they're just not running around throwing C4 underneath themselves and left-clicking and then giggling. They're now basically trying to hone their craft as a light assault or as a medic or as an engineer, understanding position awareness, map awareness, economy management. I'm just kidding. But overall, they're trying really hard to be a better player, so do Outfit Wars, which increases the competitive level of the live server and increases the competitive level of Outfit Wars. So what do these speakers believe this standard is? And let's hear their thoughts. Also, unsportsmanlike behavior. I would like to know their definition of what that it means. That they would like to see removed from Outfit Wars or stated by. Griefing. Griefing is defined as similar to double teaming, but the definition of griefing is important to understand here. Stacking teams. What are your thoughts about that? And is that even possible to stop? We already had that discussion pretty thoroughly in the previous question. And etc. If you have other ideas, chat. You'll have a chance to come in at the end of it because I want you guys to hear the speakers' points of view, and then I'm going to leave it up to you guys. We'll give chat 10 minutes to at my name at the end. So make sure you guys type up your questions, and I'll get a chance to leave 10 minutes open. Make sure you get used to doing at ArsheeTV. When you see this chat open on the screen is when I'm reading your chat. Let's go and begin.
Can we have a actual definition of the terms on the screen? What is stacking a team? And I guess double teaming, we've already kind of talked about that. Griefing is pretty much violating TOS or whatever, they come up with. And unsportsmanlike behavior, wouldn't that just include griefing?
Unsportsmanlike behavior could be somebody is using yell chat to make fun of the other team during the fight. They know something personal about the person, and they're using yell chat to this. Very similar to what happened in France versus Italy. And you saw Zinedine Zidane with the header smack his head into the Italian player. But the Italian player was basically later found out that was basically, being very disrespectful to her mom and his daughter. The entire match.
But I guess we can go into definitions in the talk.
Does yell chat and DMs come into play? We're going to basically have to figure out all those things later on. And once it happens, we're going to basically have to address it. Because right now, Twitch chat is your current platform where we can do these events. In the game is the only place that the developers have access to with recordings On Twitch, we have no way of stopping them. The only way that Twitch can be basically monitored is if the developers want to give the account over to that person or that community or that basically I can name names, but if, let's imagine my Twitch chat is disrespecting a team and just completely obliterating them and being disrespectful and I don't monitor it, that's on Rogue Planet Games for allowing me to have access to this entire matchup and showcasing it. And so that has nothing to do with my community, and that means I can do whatever I want until they want to remove it from me. We don't need that statement unless that they want to specify otherwise. The one that we were looking for is in-game. In-game is where their domain is at. And that one we want to know more about.
The players participating.
Yeah, the players participating and what they say in this matchup, because it is going to clearly affect the gameplay. And that's what I mean by unsportsmanlike behavior, because it's happening. And you guys don't know about it. I know about it. And so,
can you define stacking team then?
Stacking team is what we talked about last one, is accounts being made and going to, like, you know, battle rank. We had a pretty good definition of it. Most likely, I believe stacking is going to be part of the meta of Outfit Wars. I don't believe there's a solution for it unless the developers can actually surprise me and surprise the community with an amazing new technique, a new system that prevents stacking from occurring. I think Schmitty's idea with the whole outfit rewards being specific to the outfit, and if you're disrespected by the leader or the community in there and you leave, you're going to join another team to win and destroy them and take the crown from them. So you have a game like in Daybreak Studios owns it. It's Lord of the Rings, I'm assuming, and one person on the entire server and their team get to have this specific item that they could showcase they're the kings of the server. And then they can showcase that. They already have it implemented in their MMO system. And that means the outfit can actually showcase that they are the crowns of gold, silver, and bronze. So I don't really know what the hell that terminology was, but I remember it was something like that.
But the only reason I'm trying to be so intrusive about asking that is because for some people stacking means just getting a lot of good players together, or making new accounts for them, or, you know, ringing, or it's way, like, you know, if we can't define it, then it's hard to say, you know. I mean, there's people who would say that, you know,
could just go by the normal definition of stacking, which also is used in sports, and that is you converge, you have a whole bunch of teams. In this case, it's outfits, and you converge all the best players from all those outfits into one with the sole purpose of having a undisputed victory. That's the most normal definition of what a stacked team is.
Can I just jump in here, guys, because I actually need to go. I apologize.
Okay. Yes, no problem.
It's okay. I just want to say on this one, I definitely think that stack fits need to be defined better. I personally believe that a stack fit could be defined as an outfit that has a group of individuals that have a higher than median performance on average, and that are playing together for the sole purpose of dominating their competition. For example, 69 KD and all the Jaeger mains inside that outfit right now. No hate towards Zaris, just, you know, it is what it is. It's a bunch of Jaeger mains inside the outfit helping him out. That's cool, but it's a stack fit. If you look at this, unsportsmanlike conduct and behavior, for example, the Pigs and R18 match against Recursion, unsportsmanlike, very, very negative for the competition, just generally frowned upon. Outfit politics, I think, is actually part of Outfit Wars, and I'd actually argue that people double teaming is actually a normal part of the meta now, because you're in a community that has personality. And these personalities are, you know, diverse and eclectic and times conflicting and confrontational. But there's a difference between outfit politics saying, for example, we're going to fight each other, but we're going to try and make sure this outfit comes third while still fighting each other for the first place, is one thing. But straight up running in a base together and not shooting each other while focusing on the third outfit, that's where it crosses the line, in my opinion.
Okay. We had a chance to see Rel's statement coming after this event happened. So just to be more defined on this reasoning, we had a long discussion about 2v1 earlier on double teaming and how that works, where you can see that in Soltech, even after the statement on Rel's post, there was a clear definition line drawn for 2v1. But if any aircraft from the Mosquito team or the NC team going across the center region happened, the AA would shoot them down. So it wasn't basically across the line where they were colluding in the same space and the same A point, but they did not fight each other because they knew that team was more powerful than the rest of them. And so they basically naturally pushed the northern position, preventing them from moving until there was a substantial lead where they both fought each other at the very end. That's the identification of double teaming right now that is allowed. I don't think we can do anything. I don't think we can do anything about that, is what I'm trying to say.
I think that's strategic. But I just want to wrap this up because I do have to leave. The other thing I want to say is that should Alpha Wars be held to a higher standard? Yes. Why? Because it's a chance for the community to come together and demonstrate their skills as outfits and as groups. And if you don't make that space secure somehow in terms of the quality control of what happens within it and what happens within that area of the gameplay, Alpha Wars is going to lose its appeal to people, and it's going to lose its it's going to lose its importance as a demonstration of skill and of camaraderie between outfits playing together. I think alliances would fix a lot of the stacking. Double teaming is okay as long as it's done with the interest of strategy, not the interest of what Pigs and R18 did. And unsportsmanlike behavior in terms of yell chat and stuff, it should just be GL. Good luck, have faith. Good luck, have fun, and GG's. Everything else should be monitored. But yeah, that's all I have to say. I'm sorry. I really want to stay for this discussion. I love this discussion, but I really have to go. You guys are fantastic. Thank you, Arshee. Thanks, Schmitty, Thunder, Zolfa, Drac, Salamander, Odian, and Bodo, who both had to leave. I look forward to next Sunday. You guys are great. We've been great. Have a good one.
Thank you so much.
You too, man. Have a nice one.
To you.
See you, man.
Yeah, everyone.
We're going to go back in order to make sure we basically continue down that path. I think Salamander is, go ahead first. Do you want to basically discuss this one?
Okay, sure. All right, my opinion on this is that, well, I think pretty much all of the others, to a certain extent, kind of spawned from the first one, unsportsmanlike behavior. Because in Outfit Wars, there can only be one gold winner per server, per time. But all of us, all of our outfits, are showing themselves in this kind of exhibition way, showing what we can do, our teamwork, our, who we are. And we can't all show ourselves winning, but we can all show ourselves fighting with honor. We can all show ourselves fighting the best we can with our best coordination, being ethical and the best sportsman we can, and being fair to each other. The GGs and everything else, and the nice communication between outfits. And, we had a game against a outfit recently where I went to one of them afterwards and told them what they did wrong. They were on the other faction, but ethically, I feel like they made such a basic error that I needed to tell them that they needed to switch something up because their strategy was just so out of date. It was 2018 stuff. And they listened, and it was all very friendly. And that's fine. And I think that the griefing, the stacking, the double teaming, etc., all kind of come off that as well. It's not so much that it needs to be punished, but you need to take a long, hard look at yourself and think about, am I representing myself the best I can? Am I representing my community the best I can? Am I making this competition, sacred? Am I treating it like it's something special, or am I abusing it? For stacked outfits where you just take the best players and leave out the rest, I don't think that's a problem. Because these things have existed for so long. T/VS/BLNG, a group of friends who play together, is how I like to refer to them. And recursion and everything else. They've all existed for a long time. They're all part of the game. That's not a problem. I do think it's a problem when an outfit creates an alt fit with entirely alt accounts, or stacks up an alt fit with entirely alt accounts that can't play against them anymore because it would give them an unfair advantage if they ever did play against them. There is an outfit currently on Cobalt that's like that. I'm not going to mention the name. I already have to people in private who are involved in it, and I've made my opinion known on that. But if I was to take my 2TKA outfit and we were to go on the next Outfit Wars and make a VS alt fit with entirely alt accounts and an NC alt fit with entirely alt accounts, then we could try to grief other teams and throw our own games against ourselves in order to push ourselves up the league.
I have a
think
question.
that's
Is that
completely
regarding
unsportsmanlike.
like T and Hydra, for example? Like, it's fine if you say. I mean, I don't know. It's I don't know if it's fine, but it would be. I think Draco and me and Thal talked
I've
about that
mentioned it
yesterday.
I've mentioned it in regards to Hydra before. I've mentioned it in regards to Hydra in one of the private discords. I know that I wasn't informed fully of how many T/everyone else were in Hydra. So I was slightly misinformed when I said some of the stuff that I did say, that there are more members who are just Hydra that have come from other servers as well. And I think that jumping between servers isn't so much of a problem because you're not influencing your own competition.
Yeah.
But I think that people need to look at that kind of thing and think to themselves, well, I can do this. This isn't against the rules. But am I giving myself an unfair advantage? And do I want to be someone who's giving myself an unfair advantage? And I think that's the measure that people have to take on themselves and hold themselves to a higher standard, because we're all watching. Twitch is watching. The whole community is watching. And it's not about whether you get punished. It's about what people are going to think of you. Only one of us can win, but we can all try.
Got it. So that means this is not in the control of the developers. This is going to be something out there that you're saying that we're just going to have to basically accept as part of the culture of the game.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if people are going to make it terrible, then it's going to be terrible. If people are going to try their best to stick the best they can, then it will be great.
Okay. So that means that your overall statement is that developers don't have a chance to create the system. We'll run it and we'll politicize it ourselves.
I mean, to a certain extent, some things like an out-and-out grief, yes, the developers need to monitor that, and the double teaming that happened in Connery, of course. But almost all of the detail below that, I don't think the developers have the chance to tell the difference, really. Like, they're not an expert on the server politics. And anyone who informs them who is an expert on the server politics is going to be partisan. They're going to have their own opinion. So I don't think it's fair to expect the developers to enforce all of the perfect system, because I don't think they can.
Well said. Thank you. Let's go to the next individual. Let's go to Thunderstorm.
Well then. I mean, unsportsmanlike behavior. Yeah, pretty much like you guys said. Pretty much the focus on like insults during the game, just looking down on the others and stuff like that is just for me like a no-go. Just like we as HIGC pretty much have like respect for every outfit out there. Going to the griefing part, like especially on the Connery incident, something like that shouldn't happen. Like once I saw that, I was actually pretty speechless that something like that would happen. Now to the, for me, like pretty important part, I guess. The stacking. Like I feel like there's two different ways of it. Like it's one thing if you like have an outfit and you have to like get a bunch of people in because you couldn't make the numbers and it's just a bunch of friends and you just want to play together and it's like not you get just people in that are just above the KD and stuff, and if you know what I mean. On the other hand though, I feel like because of Miller we have currently like two outfits which are pretty just already known for it. I'm not gonna name them, but one of them is a TR outfit which is already has set they're going to disband after the outfit was again, which for me personally I feel like the actual outfits out there which are like trying to grow, which are there for a long time, it's basically just a kick into their like honor, into their like work they do, to like just have an outfit that existed for like 2 years, 3 years, sit there and just get rolled over by a bunch of people that just banded together with like a bigger, better like infantry force as such, just to go like after people which are like existing for such a long time. And in my eyes, that's like the major issue with it, with the stacking, that like the bigger outfits which actually are there for so long and just try their best to just do their best inside the outfit wars, just get stumped by people who just get together as like a goal to just win outfit wars and then disband after again. Like
can I add something to this so that we can make sure we clarify?
Yes, sir.
If there was alliance systems in place allowing you to just alliance with other outfits and they don't have to leave their outfit and still use their characters, would that be considered stacking still?
Well, that really depends. like on like the average people, like if you say, okay, the one outfit with 12 people coming in is like an outfit fully like Jaeger mains, which are in the outfit wars itself are just those 12 guys are literally going to hard carry fights against like 24 people or something. It would be, in my eyes, it would be stacking. But if it's like an alliance system and focusing on the part like where just they actually come together as like average players trying to have fun as like an outfit, it would be a completely different case in my eyes, because it's just about the fun and trying to do your best as like a team of people and friends, instead of just creating something for the sole purpose of winning outfit wars and then disbanding after that again.
Okay, so then
Like-
I'm gonna clarify this last statement to make sure we're all on the same page here. Is it in your opinion, should it be the developer's job to look into the identification of stacking, or are you saying this is a unsportsmanlike behavior, or this is, hey, you would like people to have higher standards for outfit wars to not do this kind of behavior, which should not be controlled by the devs, but you're just basically putting your thoughts out there that this is frowned upon in your opinion?
Yeah, well, pretty much it's just my opinion. I feel, well, it's difficult for the devs to handle this. I mean, in the end, I don't exactly know what you could do about it. I think the one idea I would have is basically you just have like a time frame for an outfit that participates. Like you have 2 or 3 months, you have to stay inside the outfit to be able to just keep the rewards or something. Or like the previous guy said before, that you just have to be in the outfit, that it's locked to the outfit. And with that, it would basically be like make stacking rather unnecessary, because if they go in there for the outfit wars and the rewards of the outfit wars, they're just going to be like not gaining the rewards if they leave straight after, disband their outfit.
Okay.
Like the best example I have for like from the Miller perspective, we played one of the stack fits on our server, and without like having any contact to the VS outfit, it looked rather hard like a double team, because both of us as NC and both the VS were rather scared of the TR stack fit. So we just pretty much both from the start went to their warp gate bases and tried our best to just shut them down. And like for that, like with the referee theme again, like it would be difficult to really see like, is there something planned in the background, or was there actually just 2 outfits having the same mindset going against the stack fit? But yeah, that's like my point of view on that.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Let's go to Schmitty next.
All right. Well, unsportsmanlike behavior is almost a no-brainer. I think if you send rage tells during outfit wars, or start doing like stuff in yell chat, whatnot, yeah, I don't know, it's just kind of pathetic. Even though it's kind of funny,
Depends on what
for
you're
what
saying.
it is.
Depends on what you're saying.
Yeah,
but I'm talking about
true.
equivalent to what we saw in the France versus Italy game, where you're basically attacking.
Yeah, of
personal.
course. Yeah, obviously.
Rage
Right,
tells
I
are,
mean,
in my
you
opinion,
saw the
super
rage tells
funny.
we get,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Those let me clarify the rage tells that we're talking about, so people understand that. I spoke to Shitty.
That was a Freudian slip right there.
I totally messed up. I spoke to Schmitty earlier, and he gave me a chance to see what it looks like to be in his place in this game. When he kills somebody, they send him a rage tell saying like, "I hope you step on a Lego," and those are some really funny ones. And then another one says reported, and then Schmitty would reply back saying, "You can't ban me. My daddy works at Daybreak." And then the conversation goes even deeper. These are extremely, I have to say, I think those are like your badges of honor if you get those kind of rage tells. The rage tells that we're describing here, that I don't want to disclose specific people, is something personal about them and you use it on Yell Chat to discriminate them, to disrespect them, or to make them feel less competent in this match and to hurt them. And so I would like to make sure we discuss about bullying and in the game. If it happens outside, there's nothing we can do. But
Well,
that's
I think you need to be. I think you need to be detached enough from the game so that doesn't touch you. But it's pathetic if it happens in an environment such as that, and should be, punished. And I know that I know for a fact that the outfit leaders from which those individuals come will come down on those individuals. So, that's being handled by the community. themselves pretty much. Now, griefing, in my opinion, that includes the double team we saw, Pal Tiger do. But the double team in question is really hard. I would define griefing in a way that gets rid of the competitive spirit of outfit wars, and that's like that. You actually are in it to win it, right? And if you're not, then you're not making this a competition. Just like it almost doesn't matter how good you are. If you get hardcore double teamed, you will lose. That's like, and that has to do not only with pure individual skill, that has to do with the fact that just logistics. You need to get your infantrymen on point no matter how good you are. If they get shut down before that, then it doesn't matter. And so that, as soon as you obviously act in a way that is against that mindset, aka you throw away your potential to win the match just so another team loses, that should be punishable. Stacking a team, well, I've voiced my concerns with that, because I think that good players naturally gravitate towards good players. It's pretty much just like in real life, how you don't see a hyper successful industrious person living in a slum. And that doesn't mean like, oh yeah, it's your fault that you're poor or whatever, but that just means that a certain kind of mindset attracts a certain kind of people, and they naturally band together. And that's what T is, and that's what most other stack fits are too. And T was, it's essentially Medca and X-Tag and other smaller elite fits that just couldn't field the numbers for outfit wars. And so we said, we're in it to win it. Let's go and kick some butts. And we did, and made great friends along the way, and it's been like the third cycle for us. And honestly, if I wouldn't be in T, I wouldn't play this game anymore. And I hear this sentiment all the time from the people I know there. And if there would be, you always have to keep in mind that somebody has to make the decision to punish that or to judge that. And if it's the public, then T wouldn't exist, because we are, till this day, it's even a meme at this point, that we're just a group of friends playing together, but it's like, well, that's not wrong. It's not wrong anymore. And the problem with that is that, and in fact, I know that at least on Cobalt, there has been a real change in regard on how people look at us, where instead of being a nuisance that just ruins the game, most outfits take us as a challenge nowadays, and that's cool. That's good for the game, I think. And I think that people who think stacking should be punishable or is actually unsportsmanlike, I think they don't understand what it is to be, like, what do you do if you grow out of your midfit? What do you do if, like, you're better than your peers and you're just stuck in your midfit and you go like, well, I just keep playing with the same guys? Or do I want to get better and get into the Jaeger community and get stuff going? It's the same like Xyrus, for example, who gets people from Jaeger together, and it's said like he paid them to do it. It's like, those people are friends, dude. Otherwise they wouldn't come up in time for it. Like, they play together. They might play together to win, but if somebody calls and somebody else answers, then that's not just, for the sake of it. And I understand that it's easy to say that, that happens because, they just want to win and they want to ruin it. They're salty vets, whatever, dude. But honestly, if I would have stayed in my midfits, and some of them I've helped, build up. I used to be, co-founder of Urge, and was asked to step down there for various reasons, and I'm glad that I got out of there and went to T. It's that simple. And it's, if you want to limit that in any capacity, you take away what keeps most veterans playing this game, and that's their friends.
Thank you.
That's about it.
That was really good. I want to add to it, but I just had to take a bite like an idiot. I didn't know when you were going to stop. So sorry.
Oh, that's it, dude.
I know. I want to add something to that before we change.
Chew and swallow, Arshee.
I know I'm trying to swallow this thing so dry.
Hydrate.
I just.
Hydrate in chat, guys.
I mean,
Okay.
I can chime in if you want, but
Yeah, I just want to make sure
I've got
I add
loads
to
to say as
Smitty's
well.
stack fitting example. My personal opinion, I know it's going to sound really disrespectful as of how inclusive I am. I want to see the best fights. I'm going to be sounding so disrespectful, all of you guys. Outfit Wars, it's competitive. I want to see the bar raised. I want to see the best players play inside of that space. I do want to see the ability for teams to show up and have fun. I think the qualifiers will give a chance for those teams to come and have fun and run their shenanigans, but they shouldn't basically move on. There's got to be a hard line stop where when the playoffs begin or when the actual gold, silver rank, and bronze begin, it is the teams that genuinely have stacked so hard, that have either recruited the best players around the world, that have done their own personal networking, and then they basically battle it out in the most epic display of what Planetside 2 can and never be recurred by anybody else outside of Planetside 2. And that gives the bar. That sets the bar for everybody who watches these matches. Sets the bar of what you can do in this game if you actually start playing. Some of the ESF fights that I've seen was incredible. I was mind blown when I saw Dalton basically one shot upside down. I haven't seen that since 2015. Sadly, because I don't freaking hop in there and see a bunch of Daltons shooting me. But it was. I want to see the top players, and so I'm a caster. I'm sitting here basically seeing one. I want to see that in live. I mean, Alpha Wars. But I know when this qualifiers time, I don't mind being surprised by shenanigans. But if I'm supposed to be serious as a caster, focusing on gold, silver, and bronze, and I see a team not really trying, it is so hard for me to act like I'm having the greatest time of my life. It is so hard for me to bring in that energy as a caster. But I'm putting on my professional face during the casting to make it entertaining for the new player experience as much as I possibly can. It's draining, guys, but I don't see a problem with stacking, as is a new culture of 8 years of players that have built in a community that now is seeing a new iteration game mode called Outfit Wars. If they brought out newer game modes, the people that have been in their outfits for the longest that don't care about high competitive play can actually join those other game modes where they can have fun in a 1v1 format with their own friends. That is not like expedition signups and things like that. But it's just really tough to explain that. The live server gives you a chance to basically do whatever you want in a sandbox format. It would be really fun to basically sign up and go against your own personal friend outfits that are equivalent to your skill level, so you don't have to recruit people and bring in a destructive force into your community that forces you to have to step up into a more competitive mindset. Because I know the casual side. I know the casual side
what I can
very
say,
well.
what I can say to that is that already exists on Jaeger. Like, if you want to have internals with your friends and equally skilled opponents, there's even a casual matchmaking now in the Jaeger community where you can just go into the Discord, sign up, you get a free Jaeger account, and you can just go play with high-skilled players. Like, it's that simple, you know? It's just that most people don't do it. And then they wonder why they get left in the dust by people who repeatedly do it. And there's a small community that builds around that, right? And stack fits are just the natural consequence of that. It's like, those are the people you play with all the time.
Makes sense.
Can I interject my point of view on this, please?
Can you hold on to your view? We're going to go basically from Schmitty to Drac, Sulfur, and then we're going to go right back to your point of view. Make sure you type that point.
No worries.
Thank you so much. Let's go from Schmitty. Let's go to Drac.
Well, obviously stack fits are... The whole concept is very controversial. And while Schmitty does have a point that yes, these people are friends and good players like to have like-minded players around them. I do also have the personal belief that overall it is a somewhat detriment to the game to the game's health overall if all the skill gets concentrated into one small community, because well, in an average outfit, you've usually got a vast range of skill levels. You've got a few really good players, you got a larger group of middle players, and a decently sized people who maybe aren't so good. They're maybe more casual. They have full-time jobs. They don't have time to sit down and try hard to become the best shooters. And in
course,
terms
I
of
talk
outfit
to-
wars, no, Smitty, just let me finish. In terms of outfit wars, and I don't mind stack fits existing in the sandbox. I don't mind them existing. It's a free game. You're free to group up with the best players and go dominate the alerts. But to relate something with what Sal said, if outfit wars is what we make it into, and if there is a team that is so most likely going to win, it's going to feel less. It's going to feel more cheap to look at the event, because it's going to feel like such a disparity that all the other teams are going to be like, well, we can either double team them and hope we win, and even then, Bling only lost by about 40 points, which is really just a really small limit, or they can just not bother with the event because it feels like that they can't win, because when players get good, they will gravitate towards that community and try to get involved instead of having the skill trickle down. Now, there's no way to police this. There's no way to police this, in my opinion. There's nothing the devs can do about it. There's nothing anyone can do other than the player's own behavior. And I can only have my own opinion about what I think is alright and what isn't. And personally, the jumping around between each faction of T jumping from VS to the NC to the now TR under Bling, it does cheapen the experience a bit. It's kind of like when I was in CBT in Lane Smash team and we played the C bracket and we basically curb stomped the whole event. It didn't really feel that fun to me, because there's not really much fun for me in exercising great team play against an opponent who can't really compete. But that's really all I have to say. You can move on.
Thank you. Before we basically jump between people, make sure you type this up. I want to go in order. Zulfer.
It seems like we've got two prominent different issues here at play that we're considering. And one of the issues is, okay, stacking outfits in live, having people who genuinely want to play together as a skill fit, as we say, or an elite fit, or stack fit, whatever you want to call it. Having all those guys on a live server play together is not necessarily a bad thing, because they've played together for years. Outfits like Recursion are way before Planetside. They've come from different backgrounds, and they're just a bunch of guys that want to play together and get the best players in. The real question here, though, is do we want... This is Outfit Wars, not go out and get all the best players you can find to make a team and play wars. It's representing people, genuine people in that outfit. And should people be stacking their team to make themselves better and win the game against other teams? No, probably not. You should just be a gentleman about it and use people within your own outfit. If you're going out onto the server and finding the best players on the server to recruit into your outfit to come and say, hey, come and play with us, we like your skill, that's a different thing. They're going to come genuinely play with the outfit. But people joining the outfit just for the Outfit Wars season to give them a skill up, I just don't think is fair. And saying that, if people don't have enough players to fill in their outfit and they want to go out and grab more players to fill in, now that's a different thing again. So you've got a few issues at play here. And I'm sure the other guys will speak more on that.
Okay.
I'm sure you guys have a lot to say, so I'll let you guys chime back in.
Before we go, basically jump to another person, I want to make sure, because you put a lot of statements out there, but you didn't clarify for me. Do the devs have the ability to manage stacking, or they have nothing to do with it? They just bring a game mode, and this is going to come down to the community making that decision. I have a personal opinion on this. History has shown it. Stack for teams, whatever you guys want to just call it. Once the rewards are set, once the rules are established, and the game mode has been here for at least 4 or 5 iterations, stack teams will no longer be called stack teams anymore. You guys will see a new generation of players because there's a new game mode that they wish to get involved in. You're going to see a team of people of 48. Guess what? When those 48 people are having a great time, those people are going to attract more friends that want to play this game, but they can't select all 48, so they're going to go against them. And then they're going to drag those 48 members out. History will show they'll split in half. They don't want to basically continue playing with each other because they're not getting the credit in that 48. LeBron James wants to show up all of a sudden inside that 48, but he can't outshine them because he's saying I'm a better player than you. He's going to go make his own team, drag 12 of them out, and then they're going to join another team, or a new outfit's going to get formed. This game mode has changed the culture of Planetside 2, and I wanted to make sure I make that statement clear. I do understand stack teams needs to be talked about. I got way too many DMs about it. I know that unsportsmanlike behavior need to be talked about. I just want to hear your opinions, but here's my new value I wanted to add to the table so that way you guys can understand. Do you believe that the culture of Planetside 2 is changing? And it's okay to have this change, because when you bring a game mode like this, the culture is going to change. Your friends who are okay with casual are actually upgrading themselves and learning to watch YouTube videos and to go on Jaeger and to get all these little benefits that they traditionally didn't care about. Anyone want to add to that? Because Zulfer was done.
Yeah. Maelstrom said that, okay, well, I mean, he says salt fits instead of stacks, but it doesn't really matter. Like, to not go around seal clubbing. I agree. I think that, and it was also said, I think by Draco.
I'm gonna bring chat back. Is that okay?
Yeah. Sure.
You guys don't mind if I do
I don't
that?
mind.
Okay. I'm gonna bring chat back. Go ahead and continue, Smitty.
Yeah, so I agree. It inflates the it inflates the reward it deflates the rewards if it's not a real competition. And for sure, the way it's set up makes it so that, for example, Bling or T or whatever, it's like takes away part of the competitive access. But instead of looking at it like it's an unfair, unchangeable factor that's just there, like a mountain that you can't change or dig at, this will be very unpopular, but why not just get good? Like, why not take your time and actually, look, hey, this is a game and there's ways to play it. And it's not like there's some magic ingredient that we sprinkle on, or like, whatever, the recursion hacker program TM,
For sure.
it's like
I have to stop
all,
you there.
all the stuff.
Recursion API system is not a hack.
Yeah, this is a joke.
He's being sarcastic.
I'm being sarcastic.
Yeah, I was
too.
I was hyperbolizing.
I totally.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
No, and it's like, it's legit. Most of the people in T, even like, we kind of, during non-outfit wars, everybody goes back to their main kind of like, outfit, and like Hydra players play with Hydra, and the Bling people play with Bling, and like Medkit and X-Tech play together, and that's just how it is. And then during outfit wars, the horn gets sounded and everybody assembles, and then it's like, why not take that as a baseline and take it, instead of something in your way, use it as an obstacle to overcome. That's what it is.
Right, and I agree.
If you
I
want,
couldn't agree more.
kick our booties.
Coming from an outfit as
it.
well that has a fairly average skill base, and we have quite a lot of new players, and I just want to clarify that we genuinely do see these real good outfits as a benchmark to get to. Like, when my guys come across them on the map, they're like, man, I killed a recursion, man, I did this, and and that's a good thing to strive to. But it's also about a fine balance of, if we're stacking teams just for the sake of stacking teams, so we definitely win. It's like, it's about the balance between building a community and not.
I would also like to address this. Meaning, there isn't a magic ingredient, but there is a magic ingredient, and that ingredient is time and effort. And unfortunately, in today's world, especially as people get older, most people don't have the fine motor skills, and they don't have the time to sink in to reach the skill level that a lot of the members in T or Blink can achieve, especially in certain things like piloting or just simple shooting, because there's just always going to be a hard cap for how many people can be this good at a video game. Because if we if we could all buckle down and become as good as you guys, it wouldn't be an issue, because then you guys wouldn't be able to stomp the event. But it's just not it's just not realistic. It's not realistic that I can't police you guys from grouping up.
Yeah,
it's not possible.
Yeah, or to rephrase this, I don't think people have an equal right to win. Like, you earn that, and if you aren't good enough, then you won't win. And you can define that by the amount of good players you stack, or that there's, as though this is an unfair part of it, when the way that the community is formed in T, for example, is based on every other normal community. We just like each other, we play with each other, these people know each other for years, and it's like, okay, well, we do it, and then we win. Right?
I
understand that.
Let's finish the statement. Let Schmitty finish the statement, and I'm going to take a break.
I also interjected, so I'm sorry for that. It's okay. Just that I sometimes feel like this gets misconstrued a lot, because it's easy. Like, nobody likes the winner, right? Because it's always, if you agree that you've lost fair and square, then you gotta take a good look at yourself and be like, well, maybe I wasn't enough. And most people aren't willing to do that. And I think that's the right mindset to have. And it's a fair point to come from, to say that maybe T forming is actually, you establish a monopoly in a way. And I can see why people don't like that. But it's like nobody has an equal right to win this competition. The best one wins. And
Yeah.
if you have a problem with that, then you can, enhance yourself. And it's like, sure, there's a cap on this, but you guys make it sound like we're absolute insane, no-lifers just, consuming this game like it's an addictive drug. But that's not the case. I played it like 1 hour a day. I have a full job. I studied 2 subjects, and I'm a busy man. I have a girlfriend at home and do stuff all around. It's like, this could be further from the truth.
Yeah.
I just enjoy playing ego shooters and did it a lot, and that's it. And it's the case for most people in T.
I think the issue at hand is not that you guys play together because you like playing together. I think the issue at hand is people going onto other servers and grabbing them specifically for the Outward Wars season. I have no problem with you guys, good players grouping up and playing. That's ultimately quite good for the game if you think about it.
Right. One of the things I want to just come in right now, Salamander, you didn't get a chance to speak before I cut everybody off. Salamander, do you want to add anything?
Hang on. Most of what I wanted to say got said by Drac anyway.
Okay.
Like, the one thing I wanted to address, Schmitty, though, is that there are a couple of things I disagree with your thinking on, and I think that might be like part of the reason why you guys get some of the flack that you do. So, firstly, while yes, I can understand what you mean about people moving on beyond their midfits, the majority of people, as you said, stay with this game because of their friends, because of the community, because of the people that they want to play with. And the vast majority of people don't judge their friends by whether they keep up with them on the game. Like, we have people, like, in my outfit is half of Cobalt Terran's lane smash team. Those guys are well ahead and above me and a large part of the rest of the outfit when it comes down to it on their skill level. But none of them have really mentioned going on to another outfit or anything like that, because they want to come and play casual with us and have drunk nights with us and just generally be friends. I don't think that it's a natural progression for everyone to move on to a better outfit to play with better players, because they want to stick with the people who they're friends with.
Yeah, but that's fine. But yeah, you can't expect them, like, that's fine, but you lump that together with the idea that winning outfit wars is like part of that. Where, like, they can stay with their friends, people can play what they do, but the consequence is that, they might not win outfit wars, and that's fine. You don't have to win it. But if that's if that's the end point, then yeah.
Yeah.
So I wanted to basically bring it in there real quick, Salamander, is I just want to make sure I ask this question to Salamander. Can I ask Schmitty to do me a favor? Imagine you're not part of this conversation. I'm going to ask Schmitty, Salamander, a question towards StackFix. What solutions do they have to enjoy this game?
No, sorry. Don't get me wrong. StackFix, I've not got a problem with them existing. What I was saying there, Schmitty, was trying to get across a different point of view. StackFits should exist pretty much. People who want to play together with only the best other players are going to play together with only the best other players. The reason why there's any kind of issue is because in Planetside 2 there is no matchmaking. Like, when you're a brand new player coming up against the very best StackFits, you are inherently going to have a bad time. Like you're saying about the rich people living together in the rich areas, but you don't have Premier League teams playing against the local high school's 5-side team. Whereas in Planetside 2, you really do. And that's not something that the players can really solve. And I don't think that's something that's ever going to get solved apart from by the local 5-side team getting better, because gods know the existence of T made Cobalt a much more competitive server. Like, before T came along, people didn't crouch spam half as much as they do now, and now everyone does it, and now everyone is a much better player.
So
it's just that there's an understandable level of salt when the side that's winning isn't winning because they played better, they're winning because they collected better players.
Correct. And so
But
my question
aren't
is,
those better players playing better?
no.
No.
Let me rephrase
That's-
this, Schmitty.
yeah.
Let me. I got this. Hold on. You can tap me in as soon as I don't do a good job. Salamander, I understand your point of view very well. I'm going to try to summarize it for Schmitty, and Schmitty, I'm going to summarize it for your statement. I'm going to be talking to myself on two different directions, and then I want you guys to basically come chime in after that. There's a group of people that don't give you the credit that you guys deserve. When you get a victory, they're going to basically make sure that you are never felt like you're crowned. You guys on T, similar to the behaviors of T, don't really care about being crowned by the community. You guys know exactly what you're capable of. You guys have your own group circles. You guys have your own communities outside of that to basically showcase that you're the victories of Cobalt, and then you show that to Connery, you show that to Emerald. There's groups within groups competing on their servers, showcasing it to other people. That's the thing that is currently happening, and I don't think a lot of the community members understand that, and that's why they're pushing themselves to the death to make sure they get that victory, to showcase that I'm the best on Cobalt, and then they go to their Jaeger server where they can have a chance to showcase that I am the best. If they don't achieve that result, they are now frowned upon in that community, in that very high intensity space as Jaeger. Am I wrong about that?
I don't think that ever happened. Yeah, for sure. Nobody gets frowned upon for losing. That's not the case at all. It's all about the mindset. No, people just want to, improve themselves, right? That's the I honestly think that the competitive mindset, and I don't mean that in some outfit wars want to make it first place competitive manner, but actually, self improvement and I want to have a better time with the game. I think Archie was it who compared it to learning new vocabulary, and that opens you up to actually being able to enjoy literature more and whatnot. I think if you get better at the game, you enjoy it more, and if you're a competitive person, then you will seek out the opportunities to get better at the game, and that's all that it is. That's all that Jaeger is. That people just want to have fun with like-minded people, and that's pretty much it. What it is. It's not that there's some tag attached to it or that you have to be in this kind of circle to be there. It's open for everyone. It's just not that it just attracts those kind of people, and they get friends with each other, and then they play together live, and Outfit Wars comes out, and then it's like, oh well, I guess we're gonna play together for this. Why not? Right?
I'm not Rogue Planet again. I'm not Daybreak. I'm making a statement from my perspective from ArsheeTV is until Daybreak defines what their game is, I think stack fitting is okay. I think that it is extremely frowned upon on communities that have been there for 17 years to have to bring in ringers to their community, that they have had friends in their communities for 8 to 17 years to say, I'm sorry, I can't invite you, John Doe. You're not good enough to be here. And ruining that relationship, you have to choose to make those sacrifices. As a community leader, it hurts. I've had chances to hear that all the time. So that's the example that you were a part of Hydra, or what was it, Urge? And so it means that your culture is changing because of Alpha Wars. And that's the thing that I want basically let people know.
I honestly, there's not a single member in T who made it in just for their stats. I know people don't believe that, and
I don't say T is,
they can believe what they want.
I don't specify T, man. I'm sorry. And I know that T basically is trying to basically represent themselves as a new band of brothers. We're talking about teams that genuinely need those players to fight against their next bracket. Their next bracket fight is just going to be too damn difficult. They can't win without bringing in ringers.
I think that all the moral reprehensiveness of these actions get cleared out by the rewards being assigned to the outfits.
I think that's very well said. Yeah, answer as well.
Yeah, because it's the only reason it's actually not okay, in my opinion, is because they also earn the rewards for winning when they haven't participated for that outfit. They just got hooked up, and it's like, yeah, okay, sure, why not?
Yep.
That's not representing the outfit. So I think that solves the problem, right? But if you put stacking teams together with griefing and unsportsmanlike behavior, I would say that, well, it's too much of a player choice to actually be that controversial. It's just that it's controversial because people like to hate the quote unquote 1%. No, it's like people just it's popular to hate on people, or hate, that's such a strong word, but to dislike it.
I'd say frustrated's a better word.
Yes.
Yeah. Nobody likes to lose, right? And I understand why people don't like T, right? I understand it. Hell, I had to justify it for friends to join it, right? Why I would do that. And it's like, well, actually, people they're kind of cool, so why not? No, and sometimes you need a villain. No, sometimes you need somebody who's maybe a bit morally dubious, to bring out the best in people. Give them a punching bag. There you go, dude. That's.
So
Yeah.
to tie them all together,
But in the end,
Yeah,
in
go
the
ahead.
end, Schmitty, Schmitty, I think the most of the hate comes from the fact, not only the first two alphas, but because those were pretty atrocious, but most of the hate comes from the fact that there's not really nobody really cares about T or any other group of really good players outside this competitive time. The only reason people get mostly upset is because it feels like it has this overwhelming feeling that there's no way other teams could win. Granted, and even when other teams do everything they can to beat down your group, they still came within a hair's breadth of losing. And EU is also, by the way, a quote unquote stack fit because they brought in a whole bunch of good players from a bunch of different factions. You got Red Mist, you got
including T, by the way.
Yeah, and other T and some T
Drac.
players, and you got.
Drac, do you mind if I take a break and go to use the restroom?
Yeah.
Can you continue without me?
I can continue. What was that? What's the NC outfit? I keep a calf, I think.
Yeah,
and they had
Catharsis,
Vote as
yeah.
well until Vote split because they couldn't get along. But
Yeah.
it just, it's from an outside perspective, it just feels, from a lot of people, it feels like the competition that there's no point in signing up, or there's no point in trying to compete because it feels like such an overwhelming task to overcome. And
Yeah.
that's perfectly fine because most people just don't have the time or the motor functions to become really good at Planetside.
Yeah.
And that's just how it is. It's really just the whole thing comes together because there's things to win.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
like
yeah,
the
that's
thing with-
right. That's exactly right. Yeah, I think so too. I think that the existence of T creates a very rough environment where, if you can't climb the hill, you can't make it, and that's that frustrates people. So that's fair. Like I said, I understand the frustration, but it's important to like. It's fine to be frustrated, but to demand legislation and to lump it together with griefing, I think is
Yes.
No, I
dangerous.
don't think it should be lumped together with griefing. I don't.
No,
I
I
agree.
don't
Like,
think-
I know you
I
don't.
don't think so at
Like I
all.
know nobody in here does, right? I think we all kind of agree on it
Yeah.
anyway. But it's
Yeah.
important to have a talk about it. I think
Right,
because
I-
it gets
I-
kind
Griefing.
of yeah.
Sorry.
One at a time. Sal,
Uh,
or Silver?
Yeah, just on that. Like, I mean, having again, I come from the background of having an outfit full of players where we can field a full team. We played against a recursion in the first ever round of Outfit Wars we played, which was the set Alpha 2. And after that loss, we were just sort of, okay, well, let's try to do better and let's actually try and get a victory. And we recently played against Hell's Angels, and although they're about more on the same level of skill as us, people severely underestimated us. But the fact that we came through and won that game by ourselves with no outside help was really, really sweet to us, and it really helped with that sort of victory. So I think it's got the two ends of the story here. I think, yes, striving to get better is good, and I think you can get better by just sheer practice and determination. But again, it does feel like that mountain is a little bit unrealistically high sometimes, and I feel like that's where the community is
Yeah.
coming from.
Yeah, that's true.
That's fair point. Yeah.
And I
Like
think
the-
that. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, like the one thing that I feel like is like the major concern with like the stacking is the game is being kept alive by like the bigger outfits, the bigger old outfits, and not just like the small or the stack fits or anything. Now imagine if like just the stack fits start frustrating the people inside of big outfits so much that they just boycott, or however you say it, the outfit was stop showing up. Like on Miller we currently have the thing because like there was teams which had no shows or themselves were like no shows which got ranked higher than actual people which had like actual matches in a 1v1v1 setting with like full platoons. And there's literally like people are like protesting right now. They're literally like saying, okay, Monday we're not gonna play, like nobody's gonna play at all on Monday. And in general, like I just feel like the outfit wars should stand more for the actual outfits. Of course, like let's say T. I don't know much about you guys. I'm sorry, but like
That's the worst.
it's like, yeah, you guys are like together now, and I like, me personally, I wouldn't complain like about you guys being dominant and stuff. Just if you like keep staying together and stuff like that. Like on the other hand, like if you like, let's say would disband after outfit was in like an instant, it would for me like would be very frustrating as like a leader of an outfit to just like, let's say, lose to you guys and then just see you disband and go back to your old outfits. Like that's just something that I wouldn't really understand in that manner.
Well, yeah, it's. I mean, the thing is that it would be impossible to you know um, to find out whether or not it was just a purely utilitarian thing, no, that they just managed together to get the rewards or to win or for whatever reason, or if it's actually, like T, where, when the horn is sounded, everybody gathers up and then it's T, and outside of that, it's like a little band of outfits. No, we all go back to play on our mains again. Medk X-Tech goes to VS, and Hydra plays on NC, and we still play on all the factions too. Just randomly, why not? Right? We even play on other servers on their alts, but it's just that the main part is that you couldn't be able to make the decision, like to differentiate that from the other variant if you just looked at what we do, right? Which is, while I think that the that people don't play because, oh, I have to face a stack fit, I think that's unsportsmanlike behavior. At least take the loss, right? I mean, that's just like, if I don't show up, I can't lose kind of mentality, and that's just like outside of the question for an event like this.
It's hard to say. It's hard to say because right now, again, I'm just gonna almost double down on my statement. The culture of the game's changing. The mindset of Alpha Wars has been seeped into their minds for 3 iterations now. You know the competition's intensity, what's required to play. You either don't sign up and you do what somebody on Connery just did, said like, we just don't have the energy or the time for it, and you don't sign up to this type of behavior. Or you get like-minded individuals to want to play in this kind of behavior and increase the intensity to match what's currently happening. Stacking is going to happen. And it's just something that I would either say you either enjoy the idea and you embrace it on your end, or you don't play in it, because it's really difficult to figure it out. Now, at the same time, I'm going to ask Schmitty, when people know that stacking is occurring, which you guys know your server very well, Cobalt, Soltech knows it very well, Connery, Emerald, you know those players, and you know what outfit they've been hanging out in, and here comes a stack team. That's when double teaming occurs. And we're talking about natural double teaming. We're not talking about the double teaming that we saw on Connery. We're talking about, I'm going to focus the stack team because they're really good. And the other team's thinking the same thing. Fair. And they're just going to focus you because they know you guys were not on the live server. You don't know, they know the culture of the server. I think that's okay.
I think that's fair.
To completely double team them at that time. I think the
important distinction, I think that's, I mean, of course, it won't be legislated like that, but I think it would only be morally okay if it's done to win. Like, if you say, you know what, I focus the stack fit because I want to win this, right? But it's not okay when you trade, your second place just so the stack fit loses. That is the same spirit of the Pale Tiger debacle, right? It's just that the actual, like, maybe it's, it's a little bit like in League of Legends where you can soft int, right? Where you can like kind of not care about the game anymore, like kind of whatever, and yeah, exactly, right. It's essentially win trading, and you can kind of mask it a little, and then it's just in a gray area or whatnot. But it's about the mentality. No, that's the main ideal. I do double teaming is natural in a 3-way fight. That's completely fine. In fact, most outfits would be, well, cognitively deficient if they wouldn't double team us.
If I was playing
Yeah.
Alpha Wars, I would basically focus you guys and make sure
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
we'll basically check
Yeah,
our
I would
sides.
do that.
I would
do that
check
too.
my sides and be like, we have 3 people to go and take out those players. If they're sending a full squad, we're a full squad. But all directions up north. Do not stop direction up north.
Just keep sending more dudes in.
I would
Yeah.
label each person, like if there was a specific player like LeBron on your team, I would put 3 people on them. I'd be like, no matter what, this person has to die. Do not let him leave the warp gate. You basically
That
wait for
comes down to
that.
tactics.
That's literally what I
Yeah,
would do.
but you can't trade the win for it. No,
No,
that's,
I'm
that's
just saying,
the
like,
only
those are
argument I have.
strategies that I would say, because there are people out there that are monsters. I'm talking about, they're just incredible players. And you just need to make sure you start up in the game. The culture's changing again, and you're going to see more and more highlighted players in Alpha Wars that you guys didn't see on Jaeger if you didn't join Jaeger enough to already know those names. And so it's really cool that you guys get a chance to see these monster players in this epic place called Alpha Wars. So again, I don't know what else to say here, but if you guys want to continue down the path of, I think we did a really good job as far as representing what stacking teams are and helping everybody understand that we respect it.
Yeah.
It's annoying, really frustrating, but we respect it because there's nothing we can do about it, and it's just
It's a
one of those
necessary
things.
part of the game.
Yeah.
It is.
It's an unfortunate byproduct of having so much freedom in this game, and I
For
wouldn't
8
give
years.
up.
Yeah.
I wouldn't give. I wouldn't give
Matchmaker.
up. I would not give up the sandbox for the sake of removing someone like Schmitty from the game. It's just
No,
that wouldn't be worth it.
Having players
probably
like
not,
Schmitty,
Probably
gives-
wouldn't.
having
I'm not
players like
even that
Schmitty is definitely giving something for other outfits to strive to. So having those competitive players definitely gives those more newer outfits or the more average outfits, give them something to strive to and achieve to. Give themselves a benchmark to get to. Go, we want to be as good as those guys. And ultimately, that's the net positive from it. The net negative is getting killed over and over and the high skill curve.
Yeah, and to be fair, like it does make you better when you're playing against better players. So having all of these guys together and having to fight against them does make you better. And like, there's a certain level of, I don't think team stacking belongs on the same list as unsportsmanlike behavior, griefing, and double teaming, because it's something that can be abused. It can definitely like, oh, I brought on all of these guys at the last minute. That doesn't sound fine. That doesn't sound fine. But like for people like T, there are very few people in T who I've spoken to who didn't turn out to be really nice guys. Like, I've not had interactions with the majority of the outfit I know, but all of the guys I've run into, apart from a couple of bad eggs, and you'll find that with any community, have been really, really nice. So it's easy to listen to you guys and hear, yeah, we're just a group of friends who came over from Jaeger and want to play together. And that's fine. And that kind of like balances it out of, you guys had that thing. But then there is a way that stacking can just be abused.
True.
And like brought in at the last moment of, oh yeah, well, my cousin actually plays in this stack fit or this elite fit on another server, and actually I've invited his whole outfit in to replace us for this
The
match.
issue I have as well.
Yeah,
but
that's my
just don't
problem.
give him the rewards then. That seals it for me, I think.
but the rewards aren't everything. I'm not going to get any rewards. The character I'm using for 2TKA, I will never play again. I have to hold the 95th Scourge Squadron on the Salamander account. I really want that knife. It's a really nice knife. But I'm joining 2TKA to give the players who want to play the best experience possible. Because they didn't
That's
have an
true, but
opportunity otherwise.
You might have traded the rewards for it.
That's what I did, essentially.
Yeah, right.
I
I'm
don't
just
get
saying,
them.
like, that's a decision you would have to make. Just like the ringers, they just go like, well, I want to have the experience, but I'm not gonna get the reward because that's not what the event's about. I'm not just there to experience. I'm there to win. And if I don't represent something that wins, then I don't get the reward. Right? So you can still participate, but the rewards don't get like deflated by your presence.
You'll be trading wins at one point in time. You'll bring those people into 95th First Squadron to basically represent next season or something.
Right.
That's literally what will happen. But that's my opinion. I told you guys this will keep reshaping. I just want the basic discussion being said here one time. I don't want any more DMs about it, so that's why I had these conversations, so I can direct them to this VOD. You guys did fantastic. I do.
But you'll get more DMs because of this one.
I know.
Yeah,
We're-
probably.
We're all going to get DMs.
Yeah.
Oh.
So
I'm gonna
make
keep
sure you
myself
reach
on
out to all these individuals, Salamander, Drax, Zolfer, Thunderstorm, Schmitty, guys. Make sure you send them DMs. They'll reach back out to me.
I love how Drac has already sent me DMs.
I'll gladly make some space for the Miller community to put feedback here.
Yeah, I'm happy for that. But yeah,
Can't wait
Yeah.
for my rage tales in Discord.
Don't worry, that will be from me.
Can I get some claps in chat for these amazing speakers, guys? Honestly, some claps in chat. I could really use it. You guys are awesome.
I can't clap. Actually, I have push to talk.
Oh no. I mean, there's a clap. You can actually just do
Drac,
like.
you already had the clap.
It's 3 o'clock in the
okay,
morning. It's not the best thing to just
Capital
start
C.
clapping
Bald
out with my
Archie's
roommates.
happening.
2 a.m. here.
Archie, Bald Archie.
Capital C LAP.
Free
If you
yourself
guys
of your
don't
hair,
have,
buddy.
oh, I know my hair's gone. This is not fair, but whatever. I'm over it. Again, I'm just gonna let the entire Planetside 2 community know. In this video, there was a vote, and I screwed myself over as a content creator. I decided to be an idiot. This
don't be so hard on yourself, Archie.
it's fine, but it's pretty.
I make
it's
that
pretty
decision
bad.
all the time.
It's
always
pretty
works
bad.
out.
This is exactly what happened, guys. This is so bad. My mom's already flipping out. But hey, guys,
I
you'll
made an
see
entire
over-
YouTube channel based on me being an idiot. It's totally worth it.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Right here, guys. The current vote went through. Going bald. Here we go.
Keep in mind,
Publish
Archie
it,
showing
time of
his
day.
face, so he can't be an idiot.
I made an entire community on Drac being an idiot.
This is pretty bad, guys. I'm gonna be bald. Coming up probably after Tuesday. My oops, wrong button. My hair is gonna be removed on live on stream, so I'm gonna be announcing on my Discord when and where. So you'll get a chance to actually be a part of that live stream. I'm gonna see if my mom wants to cut my hair or my dad. They're both like arguing with each other. You do it, no, you do it. Like I don't want to do that. That's like it's pretty funny. So let's see who wants
Do
to
it like in
participate.
some midlife crisis moment where you like stand in front of the like mirror and you have like the electric razor and you just like down the middle and then you have to do it and it's like hard and
I
Just
just
like
to,
a
like,
pile of empty vodka bottles behind you while you do it.
Oh, that'd
some
be
Johnny
so
Cash
funny.
going in the background, and
Yes.
like, oh.
I was gonna do it live on stream to give my mom's
And you
reaction.
should call
and
the
stuff,
stream.
but, yeah.
You
We
should
could.
call the stream like Archie Bald.
Oh my God, Archibald, you're
Archie.
right. There's a person that basically said it all. This is Archibald interviews. That's pretty good
Oh no.
because that's gonna be happening. I'm gonna be
I
bold.
was just,
Get it? That's
I was
pretty
just-
good.
I was just
I'm
thinking of
actually
Archie takes off everything.
Yeah, you're gonna remove the goatee. You're gonna remove the goatee as well, so you become a human egg.
Oh wow, that'd be
the
so
eyebrows, the beard.
Yeah, we need to vote for
bad.
that
Oh
too.
God.
No, you've got to keep the beard. That beard is beautiful.
Maelstrom, show up on that day, and when I actually do announce the day and time based on my mom's schedule, I'll tell her to shave it whatever you want. So we'll put it right here, and then she'll just go right through it and give you exactly the haircut you want.
We
If
can
you guys
dye his
can
hair.
do
We
that.
can
This
dye
is
his
gonna
hair.
be a weird request, but my online friends asked me to cut my hair.
Oh no, dude! My mom basically was looking at Discord for the first time, came in here like, why? I was like, I'm an idiot. I know. It's like she
Yeah,
knew
that's
she knew it
perfect reaction.
faster
Why?
than I did. She just knew it. She immediately looked at me like, "Where's your logic?" I was like, "I know, I know."
This was a calculated risk, but damn, I'm
When
bad.
that's
Archie
so
goes bald, we should
Don't-
have his head painted in the 3 faction colors.
Just don't talk to me when
Yes.
I'm tired, guys. I just say things that like I usually don't think anymore. I'm like, yeah, that's not
Yeah,
a good
don't
idea.
encourage votes when
Yeah,
Archie's
when
tired.
Archie's
because it
tired. Yeah,
happens.
that is a very
Never,
smart idea.
never let the internet decide anything.
Right, that's one thing I
Alternatively, do
gotta learn.
because then you end up like this.
So bad.
Hippo piercings for Archie next question.
I didn't even
Oh,
basically
hell
ask
yeah.
for money for this.
What?
Man. I should have basically done something like that. Oh, so
This will be
bad.
turning
Pay for
Archie into a skinhead.
Oh,
Oh, no.
Jesus.
Please do.
Oh no.
Oh no. Just kidding.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. Is there anything else that you guys want to say? Chat. You guys are involved here now. I'm probably gonna buy some wigs for sure. I'm gonna probably have a stream just dedicated to my $100 spent on a wig. If you guys want me to buy a specific wig, I'll let you guys donate for it. But I'm gonna select a couple wigs for myself live on stream, so you guys can see what I'm gonna pick, and you guys can.
Can't you just wear a Darth Vader helmet?
18, just go for an
I'm
18
just reading
Victorian
chat.
like wig, you know, like one of those Victorian wigs with like
A
judges
powdered
have
wig,
stuff.
Smitty. A
Yeah,
powdered wig.
like,
I'm advocating a Karen wig.
I
Like,
don't-
can I see the manager?
Yeah, we'll probably have that too. But I don't know what the hell's gonna happen, because I'm going to basically look like I'm trolling when I have a bald head, and it's gonna look like I'm trying to be all professional. It's like I can't
bald
take
man.
you professionally anymore, so I might have to undress this and just be more casual,
that-
just
never-
because of the way I did the thing. So I
Isn't
don't
that
know.
the whole thing though, Archie? The more shredded you get, the more bald you get.
That's
Because all
true,
muscular
actually.
men are
If
bald.
I showed you
I
like
can
a-
confirm that I'm very muscular and my hair's falling out.
Yeah.
Great idea if you go bald. I got a great idea for your top donators. Make it so you can get a permanent marker or semi-permanent and write the donor name on your head.
If
Yo.
you guys want to know,
Oh,
Alien Invader right
no.
now is currently working on my new emote. She's the one that created this emote right here. If you guys see this little Archie blush, she's the one that created that,
She's adorable.
and she's now turning it
That's kinda
bald.
cute.
That's son of a. I didn't say anything. But yeah, Halien's
awesome.
Halien's currently working on that right now, and there's the art. Let's see basically what the title says on her art. And she really has it right now. Let me go and show you guys on my screen. Oh my god.
That's gonna.
I'm gonna for sure rate her, dude. She deserves it. Oh god, she's so bad. She's so bad.
I'm interested.
Let me show you guys the screen real quick. We're gonna switch over. She's so bad. She's
How
so
bad is she? Is she so bad that she has to wash her hands?
Yo, that is great. That is filthy.
I think this lady needs to wash her hands because that's dirty.
We're gonna go send the raid over to her right now. She's probably the best candidate. There's nobody better than her. Halien is a genius. She just I can't believe this. Halien Invader, everybody. She's from the wild cards on Connery. She plays Planetside 2. She did play Outfit Wars. You know, pick her brain. Have fun with her, guys. Make sure you click that follow. Support your Planetside 2 community, guys. I love you guys. I hope all the speakers here. Do you guys want to basically say anything for the next couple 10 seconds before we send that raid?
Red Arrow, stop being inactive.
Ban fell.
Well, the only thing I would like to say is just thank you very much for the opportunity. I hope the guys in chat enjoyed it. And yeah, thanks to the gentleman in here as well.
Yeah.
It was a nice talk.
Thank you guys.
Thank you guys.
I just wanna echo that too. Very nice. Thanks for coming, and thanks for inviting me, and thanks everyone else showing up. I also just want to say, be kind to one another. If you have a problem with each other, let's address it like adults, and not make a post on Reddit. We're a big community. We're a small community, so be nice to one another.
Very
Yes,
well said.
sir.
I try to basically promote positivity and respect, but I do want you guys to have your fun. I think there's a specific place for it on how to basically shitpost and stuff like that, and that's literally the definition of it on Reddit. That's the term. But
All I do.
again, there's this way to do it. Every one of us here, we're small, really small community, guys. Really small. We need to bring in more flavor from the outside if you guys want to see a Planetside 3 or just become larger. Love you all. See you guys next time. Stop by the Discord if you guys want to know what's going on next.
Bye.
Yeah, bye.
Bye.
Good night, you guys.
Good guys. Yeah, goodbye, guys.
Let's go and send that raid over. Let's make sure everything's ended. Give me like 5 minutes. I'll mute, and then I'm going to focus on her. Okay, guys?
Okay.
I just want to make sure I always give love to the raider first.